Before I begin, may I advise of a few housekeeping issues. This meeting will be recorded and uploaded to the Council's website as soon as possible after the meeting. Can I also ask all members that mics and cameras are switched off until they're invited to speak? For remote attendees, should you wish to speak, would you please indicate by using the raise hand function? For members present in the chamber who wish to speak, please raise your hand physically, and when invited to speak, press your microphone button once. Please also ensure that all debate is raised verbally and not via the chat function for the sake of the recording. With regard to voting on recommendations, if there is no dissent to a recommendation, I will accept the silence as agreement. If an electronic vote is called for during the course of the meeting, then I will take advice on how to participate, and that will be provided. Agenda item 1, apologies for absence. Do we have any apologies? Councillor Carroll.
Councillors Vince Driscoll and Robert Fisher.
Ian, Councillor Johnson, sorry.
Good evening. Councillor Carroll.
Do we have any other apologies? No. Brilliant. Moving on. Agenda item 2, roll call and declarations of interest. I will now ask the Chief Exec to take the roll call and any declarations of interest and the nature of any interests. Chief Exec.
Good evening. We'll start with Councillor Anne Asprey, please.
A dim byd i'w ddatgan.
Councillor Julie Aviett.
President, I want to declare an interest in agenda item 9,
Thank you very much. Councillor Gareth Ball. Councillor Ball. We'll come back to Councillor Ball. Councillor Rhiannon Birch.
President, I would like to declare a personal and prejudicial interest on agenda item 10 as a close personal associate could be affected by the outcome of the Green Paper consultation. I will withdraw from the chamber.
Thank you. Councillor Bronwyn Brooks.
President, nothing to declare.
Councillor Gillian Bruce.
Present. Present, nothing to declare.
Thank you very much. Councillor Ian Buckley.
President, I'd like to declare a personal and prejudicial interest on agenda item 10 as family members of mine could be affected by the outcome of the Green Paper.
Thank you. Councillor Liz Burnett.
Present, and I'd like to declare a personal and prejudicial interest on agenda item 10 as a close personal associate could be affected by the outcome of the Green Paper consultation. I'll withdraw at that stage.
Councillor Samantha Campbell.
Present and nothing to declare.
Councillor George Carroll.
Present, nothing to declare.
Councillor Christine Cave.
Present, nothing to declare.
Councillor Charles Champion.
Present, nothing to declare.
Councillor Janice Charles.
Present, nothing to declare.
Councillor Millie Collins.
Present, nothing to declare.
Councillor Pamela Drake.
Present and nothing to declare.
Councillor Anthony Ernest.
At present, nothing to declare.
Councillor Chris Franks. See you, Councillor Franks, but we can't hear you. Yeah, if you can hear me, Councillor Franks, if you could potentially leave the meeting and then take your headphones off, put them back in before joining, then we should be fine. And I'll come back to you. Councillor Wendy Gilligan. Can you try again with your mic on, please? No. We'll come back to you. Councillor Russell Godfrey.
Present, nothing to declare.
Councillor Emma Goodjohn.
Present, nothing to declare.
Councillor Ewan Goodjohn.
Present and nothing to declare.
Councillor Stephen Haynes.
Present, and I'd like to declare an interest in agenda item 10 as a close personal associate may be affected by the Green Paper consultation.
Thank you. Councillor Howard Hamilton. Okay. We'll come back. Councillor Sally Hanks.
Present, nothing to declare.
Councillor William Hennessy.
Present. I'd like to declare on agenda item 10, personal and prejudicial interest in the motion, opposition to the government proposed cut to PIP independence allowance, having regards to a close personal association, and I will leave the room when ready.
Thank you. Councillor Nick Hodges.
Present, I'd like to declare a personal interest in the motion on personal independence payment, item 10. My wife works for the Department of Work and Pensions. I will remain and vote.
Thank you. Councillor Mark Cooper.
Bresennol a dim byd i'w ddatgan.
Councillor Catherine Iannucci. Could you unmute, please?
Present, nothing to declare.
Thank you very much. Councillor Gwyn John.
Present, nothing to declare.
Councillor Ian Johnson.
Presennol a dim byd i'w ddatgan.
Councillor Susan Lloyd Selby.
Present and nothing to declare.
Councillor Belinda Lovelock Edwards.
Present and nothing to declare.
Councillor Julie Lynch-Williams. Wilson, apologies.
Present and nothing to declare.
Apologies, Councillor Lynch-Wilson. Councillor Kevin Marnie.
Hi, Present. I'd just like to declare on item 10, I don't, to the best of my knowledge, have any family members in receipt of PIP, but I certainly know one or two people. I wouldn't say close associates, but I have to feel safer dipping out of this. But I think in mentioning this is yet another thing that doesn't come under the competence of the local authority, another virtue signalling motion that means nothing, whatever the vote goes. And I think people...
Thank you, Councillor Marnie. Thank you, Councillor Marnie.
Need power over. But I'll dip out to that one, okay? At 10. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Marnie.
Councillor Naomi Marshalsea.
Yn bresennol a dim byd i'w ddatgan.
Councillor Michael Morgan.
Present and nothing to declare.
Councillor Jane Norman.
Present and nothing to declare.
Councillor Helen Payne.
Presennol, and I'd like to declare on item 10 because a family member may be affected by the outcome of the Green Paper and my interest is personal and prejudicial, and I will leave the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Elliot Penn.
Present, nothing to declare.
Councillor Sandra Perks.
Present and nothing to declare.
Councillor Ian Perry.
It's working. Hello. Yeah, I'm present. Just to let you know that I am still being intimidated, but it won't sway how I behave, how I vote, and how I serve my community. And a word of thanks to a few of my residents who have seen what's going on and have tried to intervene against these people.
Okay. Councillor Joanna Prothero.
Good evening, and I also need to declare on item number 10. I have a personal and prejudicial interest on this motion. Close personal associate would or could be affected by the outcome of the Green Paper consultation. So I shall excuse myself for that debate.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Rubas-Siviniana.
Present, I'd like to declare on item 9F, as I'm currently chair of the Bellevue Pavilion. I've got a dispensation granted by a Standards Committee to speak on community centres, so therefore I'll remain in the room. I'll remain in the meeting when this is considered. I also have a personal and prejudicial interest in agenda item 10, the motion to oppose UK proposed cuts to PIP. I have a close personal associate who may be affected by the outcome of the Green Paper, so I will also be leaving the meeting.
Thank you. Councillor Carys-Stallard.
Yn bresennol a dim byd wedi ddatgan.
Councillor Neil Thomas.
Present, nothing to declare.
Councillor Rhys Thomas.
Present and nothing to declare.
Councillor Steffan William.
Presennol a dim byd i'w ddatgan.
Councillor Margaret Wilkinson.
Present and nothing to declare. Oh, I have something to declare, sorry. Present, and I will declare on item 10, as I may have personal and interest of item 10 as a close personal association could be affected by the outcome of the Green Paper consultation. Thank you, and I will leave the room.
Thank you. Councillor Eddie Williams.
Present and nothing to declare.
Councillor Mark Wilson.
Present, and I'd like to declare an interest on item 10. I declare a personal prejudicial interest on item 10 as a personal associate could be affected by the outcome of the Green Paper consultation, and I will be leaving the room for that item.
Councillor Nicholas Wood.
Present and nothing to declare.
Okay, and I'll go back to the beginning. Councillor Gareth Ball.
Present and nothing to declare.
Okay, thank you very much. Then we have Councillor Chris Franks.
Present and nothing to declare.
Thank you very much. And Councillor Wendy Gilligan. Okay. Councillor Gilligan, can you hear me? Okay, we'll keep trying. And finally, Councillor Howard Hamilton.
Present and nothing to declare.
Thank you very much. Okay,
Thank
that
you.
concludes the roll call, Chair.
Thank you, Chief Executive. Moving on to agenda item 3, minutes for approval for accuracy purposes. Is the council happy to approve the minutes of the meeting held on the 10th of March 2025? I see no dissent, so the minutes are accepted as an accurate record of the meeting. They are approved. Agenda item 4, announcements. I have a few announcements to make. I've attended quite a few things since our last meeting. Thank you to Councillor Marshalsea, the Deputy Chair, for sitting in March whilst I was out of action. I attended an excellent concert and mini pantomime at All Saints Church here in Barry. It was chaotic but brilliant in a really fun way, I have to say. My two boys really enjoyed it. For Holocaust commemorations, I attended a very moving service at the Temple of Peace in Cardiff for Holocaust Memorial Day. It was inspiring to hear first-hand accounts of Holocaust survivors. I opened an exhibition at Art Central Gallery, Field of Souls, by Keith Bayliss, his exhibition of work raising awareness and drawing attention to reducing suffering, prejudice and persecution, marking Holocaust Memorial Day. In February, I attended a Barry Pride panel at the Good Sheds, listening to first-hand accounts of the difficulties faced by LGBTQ people and the problems that they still face in our communities. I was incredibly pleased to hold a reception for members of the RNLI here, celebrating their freeman and freewoman status of the Vale of Glamorgan. I think they do vital work, and it was a great honour to have them all here and thank them in person once again, and from the whole council. Dow Corning held their Science Week at the start of April, where I helped pupils from Calcott Primary School make bath bombs and bubble baths. It was very entertaining, and I must say that some of the names they gave their concoctions were brilliant and some quite gruesome. There was quite a few dragon's blood in amongst them. I attended a concert at Llandaff Cathedral in aid of Prostate Cancer Cymru, Men United in Song, Barry Male Voice Choir, and Ysgol Bro Morgannwg choirs performing. The last performance by all 80 men was absolutely superb. I'm not afraid to say I did cry. It was absolutely superb. The acoustics of Llandaff Cathedral are absolutely incredible. Can I urge all men to get checked out at their GPs for prostate cancer, as it's the most common cancer in men. The old saying, don't die of embarrassment, I think really comes to mind. It's a quick and easy check. The lovely members of Friends and Neighbours of Pioneer Hall held their Easter lunch, and I had the honour of helping to judge their Easter bonnet competition. Thank you to Veronica, Violet and Olive for their always warm welcome. And lastly, I opened another exhibition at Art Central by artists Peter Raymond, Barbara Leith and Frankie Locke. Their puppet costumes, paintings were exceptional. Art Central is an amazing space, and they do hold some really good work, and I urge all councillors to go and visit the exhibitions when they do come along. That's all from me. Do we have any other announcements? Chief Executive? Oh, Councillor Wilson.
Thank you very much for allowing me to make an announcement. I would like to thank the residents of the Eastern Vale for the first week of the soft plastics collection. According to officers, we have collected over 2.4 tonnes of soft plastics. That is considerably better than we thought it was going to be for the first week. So many thanks to our residents. All right, this considerably exceeds our targets, and can also thank our officers as well in this trial, and I hope it will be a successful one. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Do we have any more announcements? Chief Executive?
Can I just make a very short announcement? I want to say a few words this evening to recognise that this is a historic council meeting. Not because, and I choose my words very carefully here, if item 7 on the agenda is accepted, we've just had our last roll call as we know it. But far more importantly than that, this is the very last council meeting for one of our close colleagues. As you all know, or if you don't, you should all know, Karen Bowen is retiring, and tonight is her last meeting, and she formally retires on Wednesday of this week. Given her length of service and her dedication to her role and to this council as an organisation, it would be remiss of me not to mark the occasion by saying a few words, but I will keep it brief and to the point. Karen joined the Vale Council back in April 2003, some 22 years ago, as a Democratic Services Officer, having previously been the Mayor's Secretary in Bridgend. She actually started local government service, wait for it, in December 1981, over 43 years ago. So I think she's earned her retirement. Karen was appointed to the Principal Democratic and Scrutiny Services Officer in July 2018 in this council, and then briefly took on the role of Head of Democratic Services during the second part of last year, when an emergency SOS was put out to Karen, and she had no hesitation in accepting that role. In all my time with the Vale Council, I have known Karen to be steadfast in her support of members and all colleagues alike, and there is no doubt she'll be missed by all those who have worked with her over the years. I know you and colleagues across the organisation will all join me in wishing Karen the very best for a happy and, more importantly, a healthy, well-earned retirement. Diolch, Karen, from me personally, and on behalf of the organisation for your dedication and commitment. It's greatly appreciated.
Well, thank you very much, Diolch yn fawr, Chief Executive, diolch yn fawr, members, thank you very much indeed. My 43 years have been an absolute privilege in local government, an absolute privilege. And the last 22 spent with the Vale has been fabulous. And thank you so much, and for everything you do, for all the staff and for the residents of Vale of Glamorgan. It's an absolute privilege to work with you. And I'm so grateful for your standing ovation.
Thank you, councillors. I think you can see the high esteem that you're held in. Karen, you will really be missed.
Oh, thank you, Madam. It's been a pleasure.
Sorry.
Thank you.
We don't have any more announcements. Moving on to agenda item 5, questions from the public. We have one question relating to the traffic at Culver House roundabout from Mr. Amgill to the Cabinet Member for Neighbourhood and Building Services. Cabinet Member.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and this is my answer. The Council recognises that there are highway capacity issues at Culver House Cross roundabout, particularly during peak periods. The network at Culver House Cross is managed by Cardiff City Council, given its location on the boundary between Cardiff and the Vale of Glamorgan. There is a proposal to review the network in this area in recognition of its capacity issues, and the Cardiff Council is working in collaboration with Transport for Wales on proposed transport intervention that aims to deliver local benefits to those who travel in and around the area. The scheme is in its infancy and remains subject to further design work, a value for money assessment in accordance with the Welsh Transport Appraisal Guidance, also known as WellTag, appropriate funding and overall deliverability. I would also advise that over the years there has been many studies undertaken by consultants with Welsh Government funding to assess the capacity of the network in its location and to consider potential options to ease congestion. Although none of this work has resulted in any physical measures to the junction itself. Finally, any proposed route development would need to assess the implication of that development on the highway network. This forming an important material consideration when determining any application for planning permission.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. That was our only question from Member of the Public. Agenda item 6, Audit Wales recommendations for governance of planning service, planning protocol, planning committee, terms of reference, and amended scheme of delegation. Can I ask the Cabinet Member for Engagement, Community and Equalities and Regulatory Services to please.
Thank you, Chair. This is a reference from Cabinet, and just by way of background, it relates to the recommendations of Audit Wales on the governance of the planning service. The review was undertaken by Audit Wales in August of 2023 to gain further assurance that there are appropriate arrangements around governance of the planning service and that there is value for money in the use of its resources. The review was generally positive about the processes and working culture in the Vale, but there were some recommendations around governance for improvements. By the introduction of an updated planning protocol, terms of reference of the planning committee, and an amended scheme of delegation, which sets out the matters to be considered by the planning committee. Now, as many members will know, these are important documents because they give greater clarity and assurance to those taking part in the planning processes in the Vale of Glamorgan, and ensure that all stakeholders are treated fairly and equally. So since receipt of the Audit Wales report, this matter has been reported and consulted upon thoroughly via the Planning Committee, the Environment and Regeneration Scrutiny, Governance and Audit Committees, and the Equalities Consultative Forum. So information and recommendations for those have been collected. Cabinet endorsed the proposed planning protocol and terms of reference and scheme of delegation on the 6th of February. And this was then referred to Governance and Audit, which went to Governance and Audit on the 24th of March. The matter came back to Cabinet earlier this month to consider the feedback and recommendations from Governance and Audit. And as I explained to Cabinet then, the protocol has therefore been updated to incorporate minor language changes suggested by the Governance and Audit. There were other suggestions made during that meeting of Governance and Audit around speaking times, for example, but these would require constitutional alterations, and if Council felt the need to make such changes at any point, then of course the protocol will be updated accordingly. So I'm asking Council today to approve the updated planning protocol, committee terms of reference and amendments to the scheme of delegation. I would so move.
And I'll second, Mayor.
Thank you, councillors. I see no dissent, so the recommendations are approved. 6B, Reshaping Scrutiny. Councillor Blunt, Leader, can you take us through this, please?
Thank you, Mayor. This is another reference from Cabinet. It reflects work that's been ongoing since October of last year to reshape scrutiny to better deliver the scrutiny function within the council, to monitor the Vale 2030 or the Vale corporate plan for the next 5 years. As well as a whole range of meetings, feedback sessions, etc., that have been ongoing, and they're listed in paragraphs 2.9 to and 2.10 of the report. It's also gone to Democratic Services Committee, Governance and Audit Committee, Corporate Performance and Resources Scrutiny Committee, and all of those. The outcomes of all of those were reflected in the report that went to Cabinet on the 10th of April. I think one of the things that we felt necessary was, firstly, that all 54 members of the Council should be able to contribute to decision-making and the development of major policies within the Council. And for that, there should be more pre-scrutiny. There also should be more scrutiny task and finish work and scrutiny investigations. At the moment, there does not seem to be a constructive way forward and just an awful lot of adversarial debate. Also, whereas speaking in Scrutiny Committee for members of the public was introduced back in 2016, it has not fulfilled the ambitions of that time. 60% of people that responded to the Life in the Vale survey said that they didn't feel able to influence council decisions. And while that's better than some recent research of 150 councils, where 71% of the population there said that, 60% is not acceptable. And we need to make sure that our arrangements allow as many people as possible to participate in the life of this council. So Audit Wales had made some recommendations. The November's panel performance assessment had also made formal recommendations surrounding governance and using resources effectively. And that, also talked about how scrutiny could function more effectively. As I said, members have been heavily involved in discussing these proposals. Paragraph 211 of the Cabinet report describe what members said and the resultant impact. And I think it's fair to say feedback from members have been largely positive, although there were concerns about changing from 5 to 4 scrutinies. Well, there was a time when we moved from 4 to 5, and it's what best fits. We are looking to focus on outcomes rather than specific service areas. We delayed this coming back to Cabinet by a week because we wanted to look into that more deeply, and we actually feel that having gone through it again, rejigging how things might work, that actually having 4 scrutiny committees is the best way forward. So it's coming here today. If this goes forward, the existing cabinet of meetings that is proposed for next year will need to be updated. But it is proposed that we don't leave it this many years before we evaluate going forward, that after approximately 12 months, we should actually do a review to make sure that we're achieving the outcomes that we want. In terms of task and finish groups, we do have a good record of outcomes in task and finish groups on all sorts of areas. And we feel that this will free up more capacity to do that. There's been all sorts of stuff on period poverty, housing and homelessness. School places have been done as well, very successfully here. So the only change that I would make to the Cabinet report, which is being referred here today, is on looking at it, and if I can find the right page, on page 14, on paragraph 2.21, it's talking about the committees proposed to consist of 12 seats. So at the moment, they're a mixture of 12 and 11. In terms of comments from members in relation to wanting to have additional opportunity to input into scrutiny committees, we are proposing that we go to 13 for the place and resources scrutiny committees, which will have potentially a greater workload in terms of task and finish and scrutiny investigation, and 12 on start well and live well. That the actual calculations in terms of makeups, etc., will have to be amended, and that will be brought forward as part of the reports that go to full council next week if this is passed. So there are 4 recommendations that have come from Cabinet to full council today. That's recommendation 2 on page 2, recommendations 3, 4 and 5 on page 3, and I would move. Thank you.
And I'll formally second that.
Thank you, Leader. Thank you, Councillor Brooks. Councillor Johnson.
Diolch, Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. Just for everybody to know, people are putting their headphones on in the chamber before I begin in Welsh. Can I just check that you can hear me? I hope that everybody is caught up by now and that you can hear the interpreter. Great. Thank you, Mayor, and thank you to the Leader for that introduction. It is true to say that a lot of consultation has taken place over the last few months on this topic. I saw a presentation as the leader of the Plaid Cymru group of the proposed changes, along with other leaders, along with current committee chairs, with all the councillors and in committees. But there's no point in consulting if you're not willing to listen to those who voice opposition or concerns. I've been absolutely clear since the start of the process that I don't agree with the intention to cut the community scrutiny down from 5 committees to 4. I've been a part of this council long enough to remember that we shared responsibility for scrutinising social care, housing and safe communities and so on following the 2008 election, because this matter was too far-reaching for the committee to analyse in detail. And there's no evidence yet that merging the 2 committees once again is going to help. I anticipate the council will be in the same boat again and will be forced to revert to the current situation. And we shall see after this year's test run and, of course, the evaluation process, of course, something that will affect the next council after the next election. In my view, Mayor, these plans involve too many changes to the scrutiny process happening at the same time. Therefore, it will not be possible to evaluate in great detail to see which processes are working and the many which are causing problems. I'm not against more task and finish groups, but I'm worried this will mean that fewer members will be involved in the scrutiny process. I'm happy to contribute to the council activities and policy, but I worry that members will miss out on the opportunity to scrutinise the council as a whole and will fail to see the bigger picture if they are worrying too much about small details of work. During the discussion, one of the Plaid group said that the changes were attractive to the parties in power, but not to opposition parties. The backbenchers of the Labour and Llantwit parties have an important role to play in cabinet scrutiny, but it's not acceptable to push through scrutiny and constitutional changes without agreement from those oppositional parties in the chamber. This is the second time this has happened during this council within the last 18 months. There's still room for the cabinet to reverse the decision and reconsider, instead of using the majority to change the structure of how performances are scrutinised by the rest of the council. If the response to the PPA and to others is to move the goalposts without the permission of the other players, you cannot accept us to be entirely supportive of this. I ask you once again to reconsider some of these changes. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. I shall take Councillor Carroll next.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. To describe the record of this Labour Llantwit First administration as lamentable would be an understatement. It is frankly unacceptable. We've had years of inflation-busting council tax rises, the last of which was implemented just a few weeks ago. We've had the removal of litter bins from our communities, causing environmental damage. We have underperforming social services. We have a funding crisis in Vale schools. We have neglected highways, just to list a few short failures. People will ask what this has to do with the motion before us this evening. Well, the answer to that is very simple. We have an executive system in local government in Wales. We have an executive with a cabinet system that holds power, and then we have backbench and opposition members to hold that executive to account. And the way we deliver proper accountability and ensure that the performance of that authority is to the best level it can be is to have full and proper scrutiny. That is what the scrutiny process exists for. The proposals before us this evening will result in a reduction in the amount of scrutiny that takes place in this authority. As Councillor Johnson referred, we will see the number of scrutiny committees reduced from 5 to 4. That will significantly and unsustainably increase the workload of those committees. The way scrutiny should work should be different to full council. It should allow for in-depth probing on a variety of issues. We shouldn't just have one question that's asked and then an answer given and then maybe one follow-up allowed. We need to have really detailed systems operating. I speak from experience when I say that on many of the scrutiny committees on which I've sit, that opportunity hasn't been possible at present. I've been cut off because there has been insufficient time. It is a fact that reducing the number of scrutiny committees in operation, meaning that the remaining committees will have a far greater workload with which to fulfil, will mean that the opportunities for such scrutiny and proper probing will be even less. Councillor Johnson also referred to the fact that this proposal has been brought forward by the ruling groups and does not have the support of the opposition parties. I think that is very telling, and it gets to the heart of what these proposals are about. They're about running from scrutiny and avoiding accountability. But I will say this, it won't work, because you may, for the next 12 months, perhaps beyond, be in a position in which there is less scrutiny. And I regret to say, I think that that will result almost certainly in a reduction in the performance of this authority from its currently unacceptable levels, simply because there will be less accountability under the new system. But it will also have the potential of causing the public to be even less engaged with this authority, because the public will see through this for what it is, an attempt to avoid accountability. Now, I accept that there are failings within the existing scrutiny system. Those failings are things that I highlighted throughout the consultation process, which I'm sorry to say have largely been ignored. I highlighted the fact that too often at scrutiny committees, we have excessively long presentations on the reports in front of us. Now, it should be taken that members in those committees have read the reports in advance. We shouldn't be spending half an hour, sometimes 45 minutes regurgitating that, time that should be spent from members on those committees asking questions. That's what scrutiny and accountability is about. So there is scope to improve things, but the proposals before us won't do that. In fact, they will cause us to regress even further as an authority. So I can't be supporting this evening, and I shall be voting against. But I would conclude with a warning to the administration. This may seem like a good idea now, avoiding scrutiny and accountability in the short run, but in 2 years' time, there will be accountability at the ballot box. You may be able to override the scrutiny process tonight through using the majority of votes available to you, but you won't be able to do so then. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Carroll. Councillor Godfrey.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Whilst I agree that scrutiny should be about scrutiny, and on the committees I've sat on to date, there's been far too much time spent listening to PowerPoint presentations being read out to you, which you should have read prior to the meeting. I don't see in anything in the report, although there's been a lot of meetings, any justification for reducing the amount of committees from 5 to 4. I agree we should reevaluate the scrutiny committees, but there should be more questions asked and more time given for that, rather than sitting and listening to presentations. But sadly, I mean, at the moment, it's been confirmed that we're one of the worst performing councils in Wales. We've had more complaints about by the Ombudsman. Well, surely this isn't helping. We need to improve scrutiny, yes, but leave the amount of scrutiny committees as they are. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Godfrey. Councillor John. Gwyn. Oh, right. Sorry. I got it down as Good, John. Sorry.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to start by thanking the contributions so far. I think there are some very important points being brought up. For example, presentations was one, amount of time wasted in scrutiny was one. That was an important point when it came to reshaping scrutiny. And the removal of presentations into separate member briefings should abide that concern. Secondly, you're concerned that we're not digging deep enough into individual issues, Councillor Carroll. That's absolutely true. That's why the task and finish groups are to be set up far more regularly on a better basis, that there could be more representation from across not only external partners, external experts, but members of the public as well as all members of all groups. I had concerns about reshaping scrutiny just the same in those scrutiny committees, but I'm glad to say that the changes made to the different portfolios of each of the scrutiny committees has satisfied all of my concerns to do with workload and to do with an uneven balance between the committees. I would say that this is an extremely positive step made by the Cabinet, because at the end of the day, this is allowing us as backbenchers, as opposition members, to do our job more effectively, because we're not being completely smothered in paperwork, because we're going to be able to make more recommendations directly to the Cabinet on how to improve the performance of this council. It's empowering us as backbenchers. And the reason I think that you feel that your concerns haven't fully been realised, Councillor Carroll, is because many of the concerns you're raising are the things this is trying to fix at the end of the day. So, look, if there are better proposals here, I'd like to hear them. But when it comes to the reduction of scrutiny committees, I think that a more integrated approach makes a lot of sense. It means larger committees, sure, but those are being drilled down into task and finish groups with more experts. And even though, yes, it may mean less scrutiny meetings, that does not by any means mean less work for councillors, but it also means more meaningful work for councillors. It means we're able to do our job better and represent our constituents better, but more than anything, it actually allows people to get involved in scrutiny committees. Any member of the public that's attempted to view or participate in a scrutiny committee may have rightly felt quite frustrated by the whole process, and a complete review of it to try and involve the public more could be extremely positive. So acknowledging there's a review in 12 months afterwards, I'm happy to support the proposal for reshaping scrutiny.
Thank you, Councillor Goodjohn. Councillor Hodges.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Interesting debate, and I was very pleased to take part in the Council of Online Consultation meeting. I was actually the one, or one of the ones, that certainly said that the ruling groups would be happy with it, and that the opposition groups, including myself, would be less happy with it. And so it came to pass. It was interesting to hear the leader tonight mentioning the task and finish group on school places. That was 12 years ago. I also have to say that it actually took a huge amount of time. It was a huge body of work, resulting in a very large number of recommendations, unanimously supported cross-party committee, and then totally thrown out, refused to be accepted, refused to be even looked at by Cabinet. Remember it well, I chaired it. What then happened, of course, is subsequently virtually every recommendation was acted upon. And that's, of course, because we, at the Task and Finish group, looked at these issues, visited the schools, talked to all the various staff and parents and PTAs and governing bodies and everyone else involved, with a huge amount of input from our own Vale education staff. After all, we relied upon them for a lot of the information we had. So, excuse me if I feel a bit cynical about the emphasis that's now being put on Task and Finish. I welcome Task and Finish. I think it can do great things. But I don't want to waste anybody's time if there is a Cabinet that is unwilling to listen to a Task and Finish group that may come forward with either alternative ideas or even criticism. My main concern in the online meeting was that the officer time and availability and how much of that would be available. I would also suggest, and I think I did in that meeting as well, that at least the Task and Finish groups should meet in person to actually try and run a detailed, informed task and finish group remotely, as is currently the case with scrutiny, I think is doomed to failure. You can't have proper debate. We also have constant and continuous issues with signal and everything like that. I think this has to be done, and this has to be done in person. I think more things can be dealt with better that way. I would also suggest that if you're looking for topics for task and finish, I can give you a list. There's plenty of things to be looked at in this council, and I think it is an indictment of scrutiny that many of these issues have never yet come to pass in scrutiny meetings. We only have to hear members of the public and their criticism of us, see issues that arise in the press, to realise that we don't always do things right, that we don't always have the right issues in front of us at the time, and that financial decisions for the good of the public aren't always made right in the right way. So I think we need to look at this. I welcome more of an emphasis on task and finish, but I certainly do not agree with a cut to the number of scrutiny committees. And I would say that this cabinet needs to take it back, reconsider it, and realise that if the opposition groups on this council aren't happy, then perhaps you've got it wrong. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hodges. Councillor Wilson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I just want to make a few points. I've also experienced task and finish meetings. I've chaired 2 during my time as a councillor. One was on basically looking at the impact of the bedroom tax. And people might remember that was introduced roughly about 2012. And we made several recommendations. One of it was to increase the amount of discretionary housing payments. So it meant that very few people, if anyone, got evicted. And to me, I'm very proud of the work that we did in that task and finish group. We met over numerous occasions. We had a lot of outsiders come along to discuss points with us. And I thought it was a really good piece of work. And the other one, which I also chaired, was on Penarth Town Centre, task and finish group. And that made recommendations, things like finger signage, which I'm now pleased we got in Penarth. We got it a bit later, but nevertheless, we got there. So, you know, my experience is somewhat different to Councillor Hodges. I mean, I see task and finish groups as something, as an opportunity to take some of the politics aside from. And really, scrutiny shouldn't be too much about politics. It should be about doing the right thing for the people of the Vale of Glamorgan. And I think task and finish groups and going to depth on looking at these issues are, of course, important. And that's what we should be doing as councillors. And I also welcome the opportunity to have more pre-scrutiny and pre-cabinet scrutiny as well. So really, when we know that a scrutiny report has come to come to scrutiny committee, it will then go to cabinet afterwards for us to consider. But we know you've had a good debate, you've looked at it in a rational sort of way, without the politics of it, without the party politics of it, and I think that is so vital. So I think we should give it a try. Remember, when I was first elected, we had 4 committees. We're now going back to 4 committees. Let's see if it can be better. And I think it will be better, because I think scrutiny have more time to consider the issues that really matter to our residents. And also, it maps very well with our corporate plan. And I think that is also crucial as well. So it ties in very nicely with that. So actually, I really support this.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. I don't see any other hands. Oh, Councillor Birch, sorry.
Thank you. Having listened to the discussion, there are several points I'd like to make. One of the ones is that the opposition may not like it, but then I have found in this particular administration that they automatically oppose anything we say. It doesn't. Oh, no. Well, of course, there you are then. There you are then. So it doesn't really matter how good or how bad our proposals are. You're automatically going to oppose them. You've just done so. I would like to say that I've been part of task and finish groups, which have been successful. We did one on the additional costs of education, which was very useful. And in fact, the policies and the decisions that came out of that meant that the document we produced went out to every school as advice and guidance and is still used by governing bodies in order not to place excess costs on children or families that can't afford to do things outside of the main run of education. I agree there are lots of presentations, but it is evident in the meetings I have attended and seen, not just education, that quite often people have not read the papers. They're fumbling through them. They haven't marked them up. They don't know what's being talked about. They're asking each other what they're supposed to be looking at. So, you know, having been a teacher for many years, that's evidence to me that they haven't prepared for the meeting in front of them. And presentations are designed to allow us to be able to ask questions of the people doing the presentations. Reading a report does not allow you to do that. So whether we're talking about the success of an ESTIN inspection, or whether we're talking about introducing new bin collection procedures, obviously I'm very aware of these, then we need people there doing the presentation in order to ask the questions. Reading a report does not allow us to do that. Some of them are too long, I accept that, but you know, that's something for trimming, isn't it? The point was raised about making all the meetings to be in person. I like meetings in person. I like coming and meeting people, even if I don't agree with what they think. It's still interesting and we can be sociable and pleasant to each other outside the run of party politics. But I think I would have to say that task and finish would need to be hybrid to allow as many people to contribute as possible. If we're going to be asking people to give evidence, not just councillors, we cannot expect to haul them here in order to talk to them. Some of these people may not even live within, you know, travelling distance. If you think about the things that we cover here, many of those people will be away, you know, and they will not want to necessarily come and be quizzed for half an hour or give presentations. So hybrid, I think, is going to have to be the way forward. I mean, one of my concerns is whether task and finish is going to take place always during the day, or whether it can be done early evening or in evening times, again, to allow as many people to contribute as possible. Otherwise, it's the same tired councillors who are retired doing the work again, and it doesn't allow people who have got other things to do during the day, whatever they are, to be contributing. So I think that one of my queries about it was how long will this experiment be, and we will look at it again in a year. No one is saying this is forever. As has already been pointed out, we came from 4 committees, we went to 5, we're going back to 4. We're trying to adjust the way that we work in order to make sure that it is as effective and as efficient as possible and involves as many people as possible, which is what we want, isn't it? We don't want people sitting there as backbenchers feeling uninvolved, not getting involved with the work of the council. And we've all seen, every party has a couple of people like this who don't feel fully engaged with what's going on. Yes, even in your party, Nick. Okay, so I'd like to say I will be supporting these proposals.
Thank you, Councillor Birch. Can we just have a little bit of respect for the people speaking and not speak over them? That would be really helpful. Thank you.
There's no personal attacks on councillors. I'll accept that.
Thank you, Councillor Hodges. Councillor John.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I came in when the 4 scrutiny committees came in, when we moved over to the Cabinet Scrutiny Committee system. And I remember vividly that when Councillor Hodges was chairman of Environment Committee, I think it was at the time, where we had visitors, where we had people coming to the meeting and speaking. We had a number of people from Roos with the flooding down in Roos, and quite simply, you know, we had a lot of different meetings where people took part in, which has disappeared in recent times. Interesting as well was the fact that those days we used to get call-ins. A comment was made tonight that you know, we can't scrutinise. Well, if you've got the option of questioning something that's been done by Cabinet and you're not happy about it, you can call it in. And as Councillor Johnson is the only councillor that I can recall, but I beg to be different on this, but Councillor Johnson has called two of my reports in, which he was welcome to do so. But that option is there for you. You can call in to scrutiny anything that's concerning you, that you think that's not right. So I think we should give this a go. Certainly in the past, we had some good scrutiny committees and they were very active. I am a bit disappointed with scrutiny these days, where I attend a lot of these meetings and the number of people that don't get involved is disappointing. And I think we can probably pay a bit more attention to it, not just go into the meeting and sitting through it at home. Maybe we should be having these meetings in person. There's certainly a lot in that, you know. But I certainly think that with scrutiny committees, the scrutiny there is to scrutinise, is to play a part. And quite honestly, I think it works. It's worked well in the past, and there's no reason why it can't work again. And just to mention that the introduction of the scrutiny, when it first came in, was by the Conservative Party, and they set up 4 committees. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor John. Councillor Haynes.
Hi, I've heard a lot about working together and non-partisan politics, so I'd like to propose an amendment to this motion that all chairs of scrutiny are from opposition parties. I think that would...
Councillor Johnson, point of order.
Just to explain to Councillor Haynes that the allocation of scrutiny committees is set out in the Local Government Measure 2011. So there's a specific formula that has to be followed for that, which is, you know, can be explained, but it's in the paperwork, in the paperwork for the AGM.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Councillor. Therefore, I withdraw my proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Haynes. Councillor Ernest.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wasn't going to speak to this subject because I felt that those who have spoken both eloquently and with considerable knowledge. But I have a slight advantage over quite a number of members of the council in that I was a member of the council when we used to have committees, specific committees, which reported to full council, and at full council, any member of the council could stand up and ask questions, and they did that very effectively. My one concern, I think, without adding the points already made, is that slight interruptions from our friends at sea. My one concern is that democratic services have perhaps not got the capacity to deal with the amount of work that a scrutiny committee, task and finish group would require. Councillor John quite rightly said a moment or two ago that we used to have a large number of people coming to meetings who would ask questions, and indeed members of the committee could ask them questions. I know we in theory have the same setup today, but it doesn't work like that. I see the task and finish groups, if they're called that, as being equivalent to select committees in the House of Commons. We've all seen them, the select committees, chaired normally by an opposition member or member from another party, and they haul in captains of industry, they call in trade union leaders, they call in all sorts of people and question them very thoroughly and very deeply, and they get very positive responses very often, as a consequence of which changes come about. But I'm concerned, as I said, Mr. Mayor, that if we don't have that capacity within scrutiny to enable us to do that, and incidentally, those members who are retired are not necessarily tired. They may well be retired and working hard as well. But there we are. So those are my comments for what they were, Mr. Mayor. But unfortunately, I won't be supporting the proposal as they stand this evening. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Ernest and Seaman out in the out at sea. I don't see any more hands. Leader, would you like to sum up, please?
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, a lot of comments. I mean, actually, if you look at the original report, paragraph 211, that actually lays out all the things that members contributed and the impact and response that came from the council. And most of those, I think the only thing that strikes me there and strikes me again this evening is it comes up with why it won't work. We don't like it. It would be quite nice that when we were talking in scrutiny, if we could talk about what ifs or how about if we can actually talk about what's possible for this council rather than why it won't. And I hope that moving to more pre-scrutiny, to scrutiny, investigation, etc., we can get there. The other thing that people raised is there going to be enough time? You know, is there resource with having 4 scrutinies? Well, actually, again, if you look in the report, paragraph 110, there was an analysis of the work of scrutinies. And only 20% of items led to robust scrutiny. So we need to look at other ways of dealing with these. A lot of people have mentioned presentations. Well, actually, there's not opportunity for presentations outside of scrutiny, briefings, etc., for members. It talks about 33% of items being either references from other committees or cabinet and being noted, or for information updates. Well, supposedly, according to the Audit Office, Wales Audit, we shouldn't be doing that. And I will hold my hand up here, because sometimes if something's an executive decision, we want people to know about it and we want to see if there's any additional comments. So we agree it in principle, we send it to scrutiny. But actually there's very little that comes back. Scrutiny note it. So they talk for half an hour, they make comments, they don't make any recommendations, and they send it back to Cabinet. So Cabinet gets clogged, scrutiny gets clogged. Let's do more pre-scrutiny. Let's actually do some solid work here. And the other thing is, I would want to co-opt more people onto scrutinies. We need lived experiences from across our communities, and we need to have more people speaking. We need the public, the residents of the Vale, to feel that this is their council and they can have an impact in what happens in this council. We've all got a way of making our voices heard. We can attend any scrutiny, even if we're not a member, we can attend any scrutiny that we want to. Members of the public can't. We need to be more open to their voice. And this is what we are proposing as we go forward. It will probably mean some knock-on changes for Cabinet as well. But for today, we're talking about scrutiny. And so for that, Mayor, I reaffirm my support for this report. I would suggest that Councillor Godfrey has a look at the PPA assessment, recent audit reports last year, maybe Estin reports, to see what a good performing council we are. But we can be better. We'll appraise it in a year and then we'll see where we are. So I would move this, Mayor.
Thank you, Leader. Do you have a seconder?
Sorry, Mayor, I'll re-second.
Oh, that's it. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. Just can I ask for a recorded vote on this,
please? Of course. Councillor Carroll.
It was the same request as that of Councillor Johnson.
I thought it might be. We shall now set up a vote. We have it already. We shall move to the vote.
Yeah, just to confirm, the vote is ready. So if members are ready to vote, plus or minus with your handsets, for or against, 0 in the middle if you want to abstain.
Mine's not working.
Councillor Morgan.
We're just going to try and restart the vote.
No. If councillors can just bear with, we seem to have some issue with the voting system. I haven't got any green or red lights, so we've got some votes. So we just redo that. Hopefully. Thank you, councillors. If you just have a little patience, thank you.
Okay, it's just been restarted, so hopefully it'll work.
Councillors, we are just going to take a small comfort break while they sort out these technical issues. So if you want to take advantage and visit the facilities, you have a couple of minutes. Thank you for your patience.
So she can't tell you.
But that is working, but it's your light didn't come on, did it? No. The last time. That was
Okay, are we ready to restart? Yeah.
Can't use the same system. Oh, yeah.
Thank you, councillors.
Can't use the same.
I've been advised that the technical issues have been ironed out, so we shall move to the vote now. If you can all green for yeah, get for and. Thank you, councillors. I think we have all the votes in. We have 29 for, 18 against, and 1 abstention. Yeah, 1 abstention. The recorded vote is on the screens for you now. And after that, the recommendations are carried. Thank you, councillors. That was a good debate, I think. And I think lots of participation. Thank you very much. Agenda item 7, amendments to the Constitution. Leader, Councillor Burnett, could you present the report, please?
Thank you, Mayor. This is a regular report, as members would know, on the full council agenda. It's amendments to the council's constitution. This is basically to make sure that the constitution is current and also to take any make any changes that are appropriate in terms of sort of current policy. So with the last report just being agreed, there are relevant sections within the report which basically makes the necessary amendments to allow that to happen. I won't go into it in huge detail. The other thing that will be noted is in relation to the roll call, as the Chief Exec mentioned earlier. Should this be passed, we will no longer have roll calls in full council. In fact, actually, according to the Constitution, it was more of a custom and practice thing, only applied really to special full councils. But now that we have the digital solution, that officers are able to tell exactly who is present, who is online, and who is active. So we will not need to do that in the future. As I said, it's fairly straightforward. There's also some discussion about the speaking at scrutiny as well, and mention that all members are allowed to attend all scrutinies, although they can't vote. But actually, that's never been an issue, has it, in terms of making your voice heard within scrutiny? So rather than go into it in greater depth, there's just one recommendation here for this item, which is that the amendments of the Council's Constitution, as detailed in paragraphs 2.1 to 2.8 of this report, be approved by be approved by Council for referral to full Council, and that the Constitution be amended accordingly. So I would move.
And I'll second that, Mayor.
Thank you, Leader. Thank you, Councillor Brooks. Councillor Johnson.
Diolch yn fawr, Mair.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Thank you very much to the leader for that introduction to this item, which of course discusses the change to the constitution, and I'm very grateful as well to the officers of the council who have obviously looked very closely through this constitution and have noticed a number of matters, as the leader described, as custom and practice matters, the things that we have done usually since the very beginning, and simply those are just parts of how we behave as a council. I do accept that we have just had a discussion and a vote on the changes to scrutiny, and I don't have any problem in accepting those changes to the Constitution as a consequence of that. But what I do worry about are the proposed changes. That is, changes to the custom and practice which come from a change of registered process that we have. So it seems, rereading the Constitution, that the order to meetings was perhaps incorrect. So by today, the proposals that have been made by councillors are discussed later on the agenda than usual. But the intention to change and to dissolute the register worries me and should worry others. I understand that this is a process that is very frustrating. We've spent almost 20 minutes in every meeting now listening to people reacting to the call by the chief officer to say that they are present, and usually they also have nothing to declare. But this is the only way for us as councillors to know who is present at the meeting. It is the only way for the public to know who is present. And that ensures to everybody that the correct person who is in that meeting, and that it is not someone who is simply logged in and is sitting without showing their face at all on the screen in a meeting, 2, 3, or perhaps 4 hours long, these meetings. And so the transparency that this shows is very important. And so we should keep this register, never mind the frustrations this may create during the meetings. Originally, when I started on this council, everybody, of course, would be present in the room, and so it would be very clear whether we would record it, it would be clear who was here. And by now, of course, this isn't entirely true. We've heard stories of bad practice by various people who perhaps pay others, or how DWP and others respond to these instances. And we should be completely clear as a council that somebody who is in this room have responded, their face is on the screen, and therefore I cannot support getting rid of this register. I understand the argument about the special council meetings, such as last time. We had 3 meetings consecutively on the same night, and it didn't make much sense to spend more time on that occasion on the register than on the meetings themselves. This is to do with the special meetings, of course, who have one substantial item, and getting rid of the register in and of itself does not get rid of that issue. Perhaps we should have a single register on the full council meeting nights, but what I call for tonight is to reconsider getting rid of the register, and we should reconsider and perhaps take it from the matters which are in front of us for tonight, because I'm not 100% supportive of this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. I'm sure all councillors have the utmost integrity and take their role as a councillor responsibly, and are always present in meetings. Councillor Carroll.
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor, and I share a number of the concerns raised by Councillor Johnson with regard to the roll call. I think it is important that there is transparency for the public watching these meetings. I'm the first to call for efficiency when it comes to the way meetings operate. I accept that the roll call is time consuming, and I also accept the point made by Councillor Johnson in relation to special council meetings. I think if there is a way of structuring our constitution to enable for just one roll call to be taken for concurrent meetings, then that should be an option that is considered and implemented. But it is important, especially in an age when many people don't participate in the room in person, that there is proper transparency when it comes to who is participating and who is in attendance, and indeed with regard to the declarations of interest that are made at the meeting as well. As the leader also stated in her remarks, these amendments to the Council's constitution give effect to the changes to scrutiny that have just been agreed. Members will be pleased to hear I won't regurgitate my opposition to that. I've already made my position clear and don't wish to take up any time unnecessarily, but for that reason I can't support the changes as proposed, because they would give effect to something with which I am not in agreement.
Thank you, Councillor Carroll. Councillor Haynes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Firstly, I'd like to remind all councillors that sending a link and clicking on a link doesn't actually prove I'm there. It proves the device is there. The IT department would tell you this. You should ask them. Now, I'm not saying that councillors wouldn't be there. We're all beyond reproach, of course, but the members of public might not think that, and it would be nice for the members of public to know, at least at the beginning of a meeting, that the people who say they're there are there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Haynes. I'm sure all councillors do take their responsibilities with the utmost integrity. Councillor Goodjohn. Ewan Goodjohn.
Thank you, Mayor. Just to make a couple of very quick points. Firstly, declarations of interest must still be made no matter what. That doesn't matter for the roll call. Secondly, people can still see who is in the meeting online for the minutes, but also through the voting system. Whenever we do vote, it shows up everyone and how they have voted, or if they have voted, so they can, members of the public can see through that way. Finally, I just want to make the point that it is a huge waste of time in the modern age, and if you want to get more people involved in council, antique methods like this should be removed. It's as simple as that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Goodjohn. Do I have any? Councillor Hodges.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wasn't intending speaking on this, but Councillor Goodjohn must have a bigger screen than me, because I can't see who's in meetings when I'm online. I'm asked, obviously, to save bandwidth and everything, to turn off my camera, to turn off my sound, obviously, to save some of the disruptions we've had in the start when we were learning the system. But quite simply, I come up on a name in a list. I'm not sure what the public see. So I would be, I would actually like the members of, we don't know what to, I'd actually like the members of the public to know that when I say that I'm at a meeting, and that I am present, and I am doing my duty, and I am doing my work. So I think this is unnecessary as a change, and if we get our IT sorted, I'm sure we can do roll call quicker.
Thank you, Councillor Hodges. Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, I just want to make a couple of points here, Mr. Mayor. The first point is obviously in relation to the number of meetings that we all attend. And only council do we do this roll call. We don't do it any other meeting. That's the first point I'd like to establish. And I think that's a point to consider. Secondly, if you look at minutes, you know who's attended that meeting. And the third point, I would make a third point, is that if you're concerned that you're not there, then you can make an impact and actually say something at a meeting.
Some people do.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Councillor Birch.
Thank you. For information's sake, when I log into a meeting from outside, I'm not necessarily looking at myself on screen, but you can see who the participants are because there is a list down the side and they are highlighted in a different colour to show who is present. They will all show you who is speaking and in which order they've put their hands up in order to speak. Can I ask, is that what happens if you log in as a member of the public from home?
It's not.
Oh. So what do they see?
I did see a screen like YouTube.
Okay.
I did see what we see there. Tell me yours.
Thank you, Councillor. But have you finished? Sorry. Councillor Michael Morgan.
At this point, it seems the implication or the accusation of what is being said here is that councillors are pretending to be at meetings, and I think that's a preposterous thing to say. If councillors are not attending meetings and that is found out, that should be deplored. But certainly I am present. I can look at the screen on the right-hand side and see who is present, and I assume that all councillors are present. And it, just picking up on Councillor Godchana says, we have technical procedures in place to check who is here at the beginning. I just think it's preposterous. If I'm being accused of logging on and not being present, that's not acceptable, and I think every councillor should take that as a personal slight.
Thank you, Councillor Morgan. Councillor Perry.
I'm here, right. So I'm still watching. People at home are still watching Michael Morgan, and I sort of agree with him. I've obviously accessed lots of meetings from home, and I'm here today in the room. There are advantages of being at home because you've obviously got instant chat amongst the members there, whereas I can't really shout to anyone on the other side of this room. So it is different. I don't know who is logged on at home, whereas if I was at home, I would see who else is logged in at home, and also I'd be able to see who's in the room occasionally. So there's no full communication. Are we something like 54 members? So it's very difficult for one-to-one with 53 other people. So there are pros and cons. The roll call, yeah, I think I spoke about the roll call when we had 3 in succession, and maybe we should amend the constitution so we have 1 at the start and then have 3 meetings after with the 1 roll call. I'm kind of on the fence. I think there's good intent here, but there's no perfect system, is there? So how am I going to vote? I'll make my mind up in a few minutes. Hopefully a few more people will come up and say something, because it is difficult. But yeah, I've done a lot at home. I see the advantages and disadvantages, and I think we are in a situation where, well, we just do our best.
Thank you, Councillor Perry. Councillor Morgan, is that a legacy hand? Yes, thank you. Councillor Johnson?
If I may, Mayor, I think and there's a consensus around the room that we are happy to move forward with the changes to the Constitution regarding as a consequential to the items discussed earlier, but there is concern relating to the changes proposed to roll call as part of our custom and practice. I would like to move that we reconsider those changes to the roll call, and that, sort of if those were moved to a separate forum for later debate, then we would be happy to support the move on the consequential amendments to the Constitution. Apart from that.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. I was just pointed out, people who have spoken already. Councillor Carroll, is it
of order, please.
Point of order, yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would seek some clarification on the council's procedure from the authorities monitoring officer regarding the multi-location meetings policy. The reason for that is a number of contributions have been made in the course of this debate, which have suggested that members of the public, or indeed other members watching a debate online, would be able to see who is present physically. I would just like clarification as to whether it is possible for a councillor to log into a meeting and neither appear on the screen nor make any verbal contribution during the course of that meeting. Because if that were the case, it would not be possible to confirm whether that councillor is actually in attendance, contrary to other statements that have been made in the debate.
Thank you, Councillor Carroll. I'm sure all councillors, as I keep saying, have the utmost integrity and are always paying attention in all meetings that they attend. We've had quite a few speakers who have put their hand up again. Councillor Hodges, you've already spoken. Is it a point of order or?
Actually, I was going to second the amendment from Councillor Johnson.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we shall move to the amendment. Could you just repeat it so we can? Have you got that?
Well, I mean, it was. Oh.
Can I just bring in Councillor Lovelock-Edwards before we move to your amendment, please? Is it on the amendment or is it on the?
No, I was going to make a suggested amendment myself, Mayor.
Okay, we shall take.
Would that be possible?
We shall take Councillor Johnson's first, and then we shall come back to you. Councillor Johnson.
If I may, Mayor, I mean my suggestion, my amendment alteration was really a request for us to make progress whilst removing the controversial elements relating to the roll call and discussing those in a further point of time, because that's clearly a matter of controversy in the chamber. And I mean, I'm happy to move that as an amendment if that's not going to be accepted as an alteration. Thank you. Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. Leader.
Thank you. I do struggle over the content of the conversation today. I am really concerned that there could be any sort of communication that suggests that our members are anything other than committed and ethical. To that end, historically, people relied upon the minutes of meetings subsequently if they wanted to check attendance. There were minutes, there are now recordings where people can watch that. There's much more transparency than there ever was. As I would be prepared to say that this also should be reviewed in 12 months to see what experience says, because you actually don't know how it's going to work unless you try it. So I would resist the amendment, but I would actually agree specifically that there is a 12-month review on roll calls to see whether or not there has been any detriment.
Mr. Mayor, I thank the leader for that comment, but I would push this to a vote because I disagree with that.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. We will move to an amendment to vote on the changes minus the controversial parts that of the roll call.
Can I just clarify then, Mr. Mayor, if you don't mind? So we're going to vote on a proposal to defer the roll call elements of these changes.
Just a second.
Yeah. And with that as a recorded vote, of course.
So, as I understand it, members will vote for or against the amendment. The amendment being that everything in the report is supported with the exception of the roll call being removed, which itself will be deferred for another debate at a later date.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
Yes?
Yes.
That was the amendment, I understand. Yes. Okay. So it's for or against the report as it stands, but without taking a vote on the roll call being removed, which subject matter will be brought back to a later date. So that you're deferring a decision on the roll call being removed. Vote ready, Amy?
We have all the votes in, and we have 19 for the amendment and 28 against, with 2 abstentions. Names will be on the screen now for you to see. So the amendment falls. So we shall vote. Should we now vote on the original?
She doesn't, but Christine Cave does. She's got a hand up.
We shall move back to the original recommendations. Councillor Cave.
Thank you, Mayor. This is just a point of clarity, really, to help people have some understanding of what happens when you are in the meeting from home. I think a couple of points have been made. I think Councillor Wilson said everyone should speak, or speak up, and then everybody will know you're there. And I don't think that's a very systematic way of understanding who's in the meeting and who isn't. There's been some discussion tonight about members of the public. And I think one of the most important things is that members of the public know who's there, and they don't actually have to wait a month or so or however long for an agenda to be published. So that's one point I'd like to make. The other point I'd like to make is that it was said that when you're working from or remoting in from home to a meeting, you can actually see who is in the meeting, which you can't see when you're actually in the meeting. But actually what's happened to my screen is that once I've voted, it just says voting has ended, and I can't actually clear the screen now to see who is in the meeting and who isn't. So it could be that some people have left, I just don't know. I just wanted to make that point of clarity that you can't see all of the time who is in the meeting, but you have some understanding from the roll call who is in the meeting and who will leave the meeting. Item 10, there was a lot of people saying they would leave the meeting at item 10, and I'd have no understanding of that if that roll call hadn't gone ahead. Now, what people are saying is, well, there will be a declaration of interest, and at that point of declaration of interest. But if you think about tonight's meeting, a lot of people made declarations of interest. So what we're saying is, it's an archaic process, and that's why we're getting rid of it. And I don't agree with that. We could say the mayor is an archaic process. Why do we have a mayor, et cetera, et cetera? So I think this is a dumbing down of our processes. I do think it's important that we keep this. And as I say, if we're saying we're going to save time, well, tonight is an example where lots of people made a declaration of interest and at the same time said that they were present. So tonight would have saved just fractions of seconds or maybe minutes. And I don't think that is an adequate reason to get rid of this. And I think if we were to say, let's trial it for 12 months, that would be way too long. I don't think we should trial it. And I really don't think that is a good suggestion that we trial it for 12 months.
Thank you, Councillor Cave. That's what the vote is for, and you're free to vote however you choose. I do not see any other hands. Oh, Councillor Payne.
Thank you, Mayor. So can I just say that there are several ways of checking that people are in meetings. One is the list on the side, so you can see who's present because they are different colours, as Rhiannon has said. And also the Democratic Services check in with every person online when they come in. They say, is your sound and is your video working, so that they know somebody who is in the meeting. Okay, but I have a suggestion is, we also have a live stream. So would it be possible to put a list of attendees at the beginning of the live stream? Because I know the live streams go on very often the day after. So would it just be possible to do an attendance list at the beginning of the live stream? If people know a written list of people who have attended, just to cut it down. And some of the feedback I've had from family members and also particularly from young people is, why are they doing that? That's the other thing. This is so boring. We don't want meetings to be boring. We want them to be inclusive. We want them to be accessible. And it does make it a bit archaic, a bit inaccessible. So we should be doing that. It's about engaging with the community. We want them to be included, not bored. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Payne. Can we just have a little bit of respect for the speaker when someone is speaking? Thank you, Councillor Payne. Everyone should be given the same respect that they would like to be given. So if we can just keep the chitter-chatter in the background to zero, actually, not minimal. So I don't see any other hands. So we shall move back to the original recommendations, and we shall move to a vote on those. So can we prepare the vote, please, Chief Exec? Thank you.
Okay, the vote is...
Councillor Collins, point of order?
Yeah, didn't Councillor Edwards want to...
No. She took...
Yeah, so when members are ready, plus or minus for or against the original recommendation.
Thank you, councillors. The background chatter continues. Can all councillors just have a little bit of respect for the other councillors? We have the votes in. We have 34, 17 against, and 2 abstentions. The names shall be on the screen for you now, for you to see how members voted. With that vote, the recommendations are approved. Okay. Again, good. Sorry. I thought it showed both. No worries. We have a point of clarification.
Members, just a point of clarification in relation to the minutes for meetings, just to remind all present and for the benefit of the public, that under the 21 Act, the Local Government and Elections 21 Act, we are obliged as a council, and we have been doing since that Act came into place, that within 7 working days of a meeting, all decision notices and decisions are put up on the website. So we not wait until the next meeting. Those decisions are publicly known within 7 working days. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, members. Another good debate. Agenda item 8, nomination of Mayor-elect and Deputy Mayor-elect for the municipal year 2025 to 2026. Can I have nominations for Mayor-elect, please? Councillor Lovelock-Edwards.
Thank you. I'd like to nominate Councillor Naomi Marshall-C, and I'd like to speak on that nomination, please. Oh.
Can I second?
Councillor Stallard, yes.
Thank you.
Carry on, Councillor Lovelock-Edwards.
Thank you. I have had the utmost pleasure in nominating my councillor colleague, Councillor Naomi Marshall-C, as Mayor for the period 2025 to 2026. Naomi grew up in Cardiff and moved to London in her 20s. About 8 years ago, she moved back to South Wales and to Barry and has made Ilted Ward her family base ever since. Naomi was a teacher for almost 15 years, so I have no doubt that this experience of encouraging reasoned debate and managing disruptive behaviour will be a key strength of hers in the coming months. Her experiences in this role also laid the foundation for her path into political activism. Her desire to help her community to ensure that future generations live in a healthier, cleaner and kinder environment has given Naomi the impetus in her first term as a councillor to make positive changes across her ward. On returning to South Wales, Naomi has volunteered with refugee and asylum groups, hearing firsthand the trauma and impact on vulnerable people fleeing from war-torn countries and desperately seeking safety. She has campaigned too in a previous transport role with parents and children to ensure safety outside school gates and to encourage active travel. Her ability to organise and motivate others is her superpower. Since becoming elected, Naomi's representation and campaigns across her ward have made a tangible difference in her community. The Friends of Chickenwood group, of which Naomi has led from its creation, has secured significant funding to improve this important green space, and she is working hard to build on this as the project enters its next phase. Naomi and her family are often part of regular events in the ward, such as litter picks, fundraisers, and supporting the local primary school. There is no doubt that Naomi will be a mayor leading from the front. I know this because she is often the councillor colleague with boundless energy that motivates me to do better, to believe that there is no obstacle that we cannot overcome to make a positive change. I am confident that her year in office will be of immense value to us as councillors and to all our communities. Councillor Marshall-C will help us all focus on the solutions and address the problems in the coming year. I therefore have no hesitation to nominate Councillor Naomi Marshall-C to be the Mayor for Vale of Glamorgan.
Thank you, Councillor Lovelock-Edwards. Councillor Perry.
Oops. Aye, right, where am I? I mean, there is someone I'd like to nominate, but could I second that nomination, please, as someone not from the Labour Party who's not going to make a big speech?
I think Councillor Stallard had already seconded that, but thank you for your vote of confidence in Councillor Marshall-C. Councillor Perry. Do I have any other? Councillor Carroll.
Nominate Councillor Russell Godfrey.
I second.
Thank you, Councillor Charles. I don't see any other nominations, so we shall move to a vote. Because Councillor Marshall-C was nominated first, we shall take a vote on Councillor Marshalsea as Mayor-elect. Should I introduce the vote? Yeah, please.
So, in keeping with what we did last year, can members please say for or against Councillor Marshalsea as Mayor-elect? 0 if you wish to abstain. Then we'll show the results and then we'll do the same vote for Councillor Godfrey, which is what we did last year. So first vote is whether you support or are against Councillor Marshalsea as Mayor-elect. Is the vote ready, Amy? Yeah. Okay.
Thank you, councillors. We have 37 for, 11 against and 1 abstention. We shall now move to a vote for Councillor Godfrey as Mayor-elect. Same due process. Same voting system applies. For or against or abstain, if that's how you choose.
Yeah, and the vote is ready to be cast. So if you can follow the same process, please.
If I may, Mayor. Oh, not coming on screen. If I may, Mayor, it's something that I have raised with the Chief Executive in the past, which is that surely in a vote like this, there would be helpful to maybe have, I don't know, a roll call so that we can vote for one candidate or another, rather than a situation where I've just been offered opportunities to vote for or against a candidate and for or against another candidate. So I could have voted twice against, or I could have voted twice for, or abstained on both times. Any combination, I'm not sure. Having had a very long discussion about, sort of waste of time and how we do these things sensibly, this is not the best process that I've ever seen. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. I'm sure that any councillor nominated would like to be given the process of being allowed to vote for them. I appreciate your comments. Thank you. Councillor Perry.
Yeah, I'm just going to second what Ian just said, and I've raised this before. We need a system where there are 2 candidates or 3 candidates where you just vote for the candidate rather than just for or against, and that needs to be written into the software somehow in the future.
Thank you, Councillor Perry. We have the votes in. We have 12 for, 35 against and 2 abstentions. So I declare Councillor Marshalsea as Mayor-elect. Thank you. Thank you, councillors. We shall now take nominations for Deputy Mayor-elect. Can I have nominations for Deputy Mayor-elect, please? Councillor Marshalsea.
I'm aware that Councillor Stallard's ward colleague is struggling with sound, so I would like to nominate Caris Stallard as Deputy Mayor.
Councillor Payne.
And can I second Caris Stallard as Deputy Mayor, please?
Yes. Councillor Marnie.
Thank you. I was just trying to dive in on the comments that the people that were said previously rather than this. Is an imperfect voting system, but some of us might like to vote against all the candidates or several of the candidates, so that has to be taken into account as well. Sorry to butt in on this bit now, but you didn't answer me before, so I've just taken the opportunity now. Thank you.
Thank you, councillors. Thank you, Councillor Marnie. Your comments from last year were noted, and that's one of the reasons why we do it this way, so people can vote against both candidates if they so choose, or abstain against both candidates. Sorry, press the button accidentally then. Thank you, Councillor Perry.
Yeah, just to follow up on this a little bit, but if you had three options, for one person, for or against, or abstain, then you're voting against both, aren't you?
Thank you. Thanks for your input, Councillor Perry. We can pick this up with communications for the members afterwards to maybe smooth out the voting process, allowing all members to have their say whichever way they choose to vote. Do we have any other nominations for Deputy Mayor-elect? Councillor Prothero?
Really sorry. Can you hear me, everybody?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've just completely lost sound at the very, very wrong moment. So it's probably a seconding of a seconding for Councillor Stallard. I just wanted to make sure because I didn't know what was going on. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Prothero. Councillor Payne had seconded, but thank you for your second, and Councillor Perry for your second. We shall move to a vote. We've only got one nomination, but we should still need to have a vote. We shall move to a vote on Councillor Stallard as Deputy Mayor-elect. Green button for, red against, middle button abstain. Thank you, councillors. We have all the votes in. We have 42 for, 4 against, and 2 abstentions. Councillor Caris Stallard is nominated as Deputy Mayor-elect. Agenda item 9, use of urgent decision procedure. I would move these on block, A to H. I see no dissent.
So noted, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor William. Agenda item 10. To consider the notice of a motion as contained within the agenda submitted by councillors. All those who have declared an interest, could they please leave now? We shall just take a couple of minutes whilst all councillors who have declared an interest to leave. Thank you. Thank you, councillors. Thank you, councillors. Agenda item 10, to consider the motion, notice of a motion as contained within the agenda submitted by Councillor Dr. Ian Johnson and Councillor Mark Hooper. Opposition to UK government proposed cuts to personal independent payments. Councillor Johnson, would you like to present your motion?
Thank you very much, Mayor. I'll just give everybody a moment for those in the chamber who need to put on their headphones and to confirm that they are working and that they can hear. That seems to be all right. Great. People are saying that they are working. Thank you, Mayor. I would like to move... Sorry, someone in the chamber was indicating they were having issues. Thank you, Mayor. I would like to move the motion, which is in my name and in the name of Councillor Hooper, on behalf of the Plaid Cymru group regarding PIP. Following an announcement in March, the Labour government in Westminster is suggesting that we make changes to next year's allowance system and specifically to the Personal Independence Payment PIP. Unfortunately, despite a request from the First Minister here in Wales, there is no assessment on the impact of the proposed changes on Wales. What we do have is a note to agree that the number of people in receipt of PIP is a higher percentage here in Wales than in England. So we can imagine that the impact on us here will be more severe than it will be across the border. Work published over the past week by the Policy and Practice Group shows the most damaging impact of PIP cuts on our valleys communities, with 4 local authorities among the 10 worst affected in England and Wales. The Council here adopted the Vale of Glamorgan Corporate Plan, Vale 2030, at our last meeting, which supported a number of commitments around tackling poverty in our communities. And I'd like to note, just for the record, since the Councillor Birch said earlier people were being political and not necessarily supporting things, Plaid Cymru's group did support this in the last meeting. But the suggestions which are coming from Westminster are going to exacerbate the current poverty levels and perhaps increase council costs in addressing that increase. And that is why, to note the comments made by Councillor Mani in the roll call earlier, that is why it is important to the Council. As a significant number of Westminster MPs toured TV studios talking about change last month, they talked about supporting people into or back to work. But as I state in the proposal, PIP is a payment made to people to deal with the additional costs related to living with illness and disability. Because it doesn't cover every single additional cost, people with disabilities tend to be in poverty more often than someone in the same familial situation but without a disability. The Westminster Labour government's intention to change the number of points up to 4 for one daily activity is going to be heavily affected by raising the threshold very highly against average people. This is expected to affect a large number of people who are currently in receipt of a PIP payment or may expect to be eligible in the future. They will have the same level of illness or disability after this administrative change as before, but in addition to dealing with disability, they will also have to deal with worsening personal poverty. Mayor, last year, the Vale of Glamorgan elected 2 Labour MPs to Westminster on the slogan of change. Well, it is not a change for the British government to attack vulnerable people instead of asking the richest among us to pay some more. At the weekend, 6,000 people marched through Barry demanding independence for Wales because the power Westminster wields over us is a damaging one. And this is not the only recent policy that affects Wales more than it does England. Look, for example, at the increase in national insurance, where Labour in Westminster paid extra costs in England and left our public services here in Wales in debt. In the interests of completeness, the Vale of Glamorgan is below the Welsh average, but still 10.9% of people of working age in the Vale of Glamorgan constituency and 6.9% in the Cardiff South and Penarth constituency, according to statistics from the Westminster Parliamentary Library, are claiming this. So it's clear also from the number of people who have left the room because of declarations of interest that this affects people of all ages, a significant number of people. And as somebody who represents a ward in the middle of Bali, with LSA among the 10% poorest in Wales, it's easy to imagine this impact on individuals and families. This rise of poverty in our communities will put pressure on our services as a council and on society at large, and this will drive us in completely the wrong direction in many ways. In conclusion, we are concerned, of course, about individuals who are affected by these changes, but we should also consider the local and wider economy, where people tend to spend their money, and therefore this money will not trickle down, create and keep other jobs in our area. Tonight, we are asking, as Plaid Cymru, for the Council to write to Labour's Westminster Government, asking them to reverse this plan for PIP. I ask you, for the benefit of the people in the Vale of Glamorgan, to agree and to ask the Government to put a stop to this. Thank you for listening to me tonight.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. Councillor Hooper.
Try again, sorry about that. Thank you. I'd like to second Councillor Johnson's motion and speak on it too. First thing, just to correct him, there were 7,000 people in Barry Town Centre calling for independence on Saturday. The Green Paper states that PIP will be targeted more on those with higher needs by requiring a minimum of 4 points on one daily living activity in addition to the existing eligibility criteria. PIP is a points-based system. 8 points qualifies for standard daily living rate and 12 points for enhanced. Currently, individuals can qualify for enhanced PIP without scoring 4 points in any single daily living task, reflecting significant needs arise from a combination of physical and mental health conditions. The key point there being that they're a combination of conditions, not just one condition. This reflects the lived experience of many thousands of people today and their needs, and it reflects those conditions of people living in the Vale of Glamorgan. The proposed 4-point rule does not ensure PIP is better targeted at those with higher needs. It is a blunt instrument that disproportionately punishes disabled people with complex combining disabilities. Many who currently qualify for an enhanced rate would not be eligible simply because their disability difficulties are spread across multiple areas rather than concentrated in one. The claim in the Green Paper that this change would better target support to those with higher needs is misleading and, frankly, utter nonsense. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Hooper. Councillor Lovelock-Edwards.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to move an amendment to the motion. May I read out? The amendment is as follows: to leave out the final paragraph that begins with the statement, Council therefore opposes these cuts, and insert instead the following. Council therefore will submit a response to the Pathways to Work, reforming benefits and support to get Britain working Green Paper consultation, opposing the proposed cuts, arguing that the support outlined should be clearly defined, co-produced and implemented in advance of any changes to benefit payments, and that none of these proposed changes involve cuts to the benefits of those most vulnerable.
Thank you, Councillor
May I speak to that amendment, please? Thank you.
Just need a seconder first.
Sorry.
Councillor Goodjohn. Thank you. Councillor Lovelock-Edwards.
Thank you. Mayor, fellow members, in moving this amendment, I want to state that we accept and support the underlying sentiment of the original motion. However, we are asking the mover, and indeed all members, to consider that the proposals relating to PIP stem from the government's Green Paper, which covers a number of issues. As we know, this Green Paper does not deal with personal independence payment in isolation. It outlines a much wider rethinking of the welfare system, one that also includes notably the Youth Guarantee proposal, which seeks to address and heal the long-term scarring effects of youth unemployment and economic inactivity. Our amendment does not seek to weaken or dilute the motion, quite the opposite. All we are asking this evening is that we take a step that strengthens the Council's position by ensuring that we submit a formal response. One that clearly sets out not only our stance, but also the real and tangible impact these proposals will have on both our residents and the services we deliver. I believe that most in this chamber accepts that we recognise the distinction between supporting people into work and not penalising those who cannot work due to health or disability. That is a crucial point, one that the previous Tory government failed to acknowledge during its tenure. In moving this amendment, we're also mindful that the development of this response should not be a closed process. There should be a mechanism, formal or informal, for input and engagement from members. Chair, Mayor, this amendment is not about politics. It's about making sure that our voice as a council is principled, constructive, and rooted in the lived reality of our communities. And I urge colleagues to support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lovelock-Edwards. What I am going to do is ask Councillor Johnson if he would like to take the amendment as changes to your motion, if you're acceptable to change the last paragraph to the amendment, and that becomes your motion.
Would we like to hear from any other speakers first, before we agree whether or not to make this an alteration rather than an amendment?
Yep, sure, absolutely. Sorry, preempted that. Thank you, Councillor Johnson. Councillor Goodjohn.
Thank you, Mayor. First off, I won't mince words. I've said it before at previous full councils. We're not in Westminster. At the end of the day, actually, you know what? I will agree with everything that Councillor Johnson has just said. We absolutely believe in this council, I do hope we will vote, that we oppose any reduction to benefits payments to those most vulnerable. The PIP changes are wrong, and I think it would be absolutely wrong of this council to vote for a motion which stated this very clearly and then not to make our voice absolutely clear as part of the consultation to maximise the impact that this has with UK government, and also to recognise the fact that our benefit system does need reform. It needs reform as in rejecting the private sector as part of our benefit system. It needs to be amended to support more people into getting into work. It needs to be amended to give more dignity and respect to particularly disabled people, but all recipients of benefits. So I want to make absolutely clear that the reason I am seconding this motion is only to make this motion as strong as possible, to ensure that in the Green Paper our views are clearly stated, and that under no circumstances does this not go unheard, because this council, and I believe all of our residents, would expect us to do everything we can to represent their views, the views that I've had very clearly stated to me of my residents, that at the end of the day, any cut to benefits at this time is completely disgraceful and wrong. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Goodjohn. Just a correction there. Seconding the amendment, not the motion. Councillor Hooper's already seconded the motion, just for accuracy. Thank you. Councillor Collins.
Thank you very much. I just want to say that this is going to affect everybody in this room. At some point, we're going to come across a constituent who may be claiming this. And if we don't necessarily do that, there may be people in our constituencies who are unpaid carers who are caring for people claiming PIP. Now, if those benefits get cut, these unpaid carers may end up working longer, harder, having more of a financial issue. Not just the people they're caring for will be affected by this financial cut. It will also be the unpaid carers who will end up picking up the bill. So it's going to have a twofold impact, not just on the people who need it, but the people who help them. And I really think judging by the amount of people who've had to leave this room, there are quite a few people in this room who know people, close personal friends or family members who have this benefit. I'm assuming the rest of us who are in this room are not in that same situation, or we'd have left as well. But we are going to know someone in our constituencies at some point. So please support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Collins. Were you speaking? You were speaking on the amendment then.
It's basically the whole thing.
Thank you, Councillor Collins. Thank you, Councillor Collins. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor, if this is summing up on the amendment.
Councillor John wanted to come in. Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to mention that, yes, Councillor Collins, this has happened to me in the past, but I've had to help people out in years gone by. People waiting 2 or 3 months for their PIP. You know, not just the delay or problems with the payment, the delay going on a number of months, which is absolutely appalling. And then those people with learning problems, basically, they got a big problem when the money comes, 3 months come together, they don't know what to do with it. And in one case I had it was rent arrears, and 3/4 of the money was for rent arrears. But this lady turned around and went and bought a brand new telly costing £800. So these problems are there for people all the time. And I would support the amendment tonight because I think it's a strong wording and it needs that bit extra to push it through. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor John. Councillor Lloyd Selby.
Thank you, Meg. Can I just say, I hope that tonight will be an example of where we can work together across party political divide to ensure that we do all that we can to prioritise the needs of the most vulnerable members in our society. I entirely support the amendment. I'm grateful for Councillor Johnson for bringing the original motion. I think the amendment strengthens and adds to that motion. And as I say, I hope that we can all work together to support it and ensure that collectively we are able as a council to raise concerns on behalf of the most vulnerable members in our communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lloyd Selby. Councillor Carroll. Sorry, I didn't see your hand there, sorry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I find myself in a bit of a quandary regarding this motion because I agree with certainly some of what is included within it, and I share a number of the sentiments that have been expressed in this meeting tonight. But I also think that we are now establishing a precedent in which this authority is considering business over which it does not have control, over matters over which it does. To give an example, the Conservative group for this meeting submitted a motion on the authority's decision to remove litter bins from our communities. Now, this was a decision taken by this authority. It's an issue over which this authority has complete and direct control. And full council is indeed the appropriate forum for which we should discuss this. I don't make a comment on the merits of that motion other than to say, obviously, I would have supported it. It's an issue that deeply affects my community of Landock. I expect that other members would have taken a different view on that. And I think that it's important that we remember the areas over which we have responsibility and ensure that those are the things that we devote our time to first, because they are within our remit and that's what we exist and we're elected to deliver upon. Now, when it comes to the motion in front of us, I support the sentiment of what the UK Labour government is trying to do. I think that there are people who have been trapped on welfare, and the welfare system needs to treat people with compassion. It needs to protect the vulnerable. But there's nothing compassionate about trapping people on welfare when we should be helping them to get into work if we can. So that's why I support the sentiment of what the government is doing. In terms of its execution, however, I think it's falling far short. And as other members have said, I think the way that these proposals have been brought forward, and I'm sorry to say some of the comments that have been made by cabinet ministers in which they've referred to pocket money, etc. I mean, I did hear a suggestion in the press that that comment may have initially been made by the Prime Minister himself. Whether that's the case or not, I don't know, but I merely repeat those sources that those comments that were reported in the press. So I don't think that these proposals are the right way forward, and I do think that some of the most vulnerable people in our society will lose out as a result of them. And so I hope that the UK government thinks again. However, I also think it's important that this authority recognises the areas over which it has responsibility, because we exist to oversee a budget of hundreds of millions of pounds. There are service areas like social services, like our schools, like our highways, many other things for which we do have direct control. And I think it's important that those are the things that are prioritised in this chamber. And I wish to put that on the record.
Thank you, Councillor Carroll. I think all group leaders were given an explanation of how motions were selected for this meeting. Thank you, Councillor Carroll. Councillor Hodges.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A few points to make. It must be remembered that a lot of people on PIP are actually in work. The benefit actually enables them either through Motability or just simply giving them money in order to overcome or help overcome disabilities and enable them to work, to actually be in work and stay in work. That's important. I think as well it must be recognised that if these changes come in as they're suggesting, there will be a loss of millions of pounds in benefit money coming into the residents of the Vale of Glamorgan, which will affect our services, our businesses and everything else. That's why it's important we discuss it here. And just to finish on a very quick note, it's interesting to see a Conservative supporting the Labour government where their own Labour councillors don't. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hodges. Councillor Perry.
Hi, yeah. So I said it before, Keir Starmer's new Conservative Party, and it is true, and the cruelty of this government. And for a long time, the Labour Party hasn't been united. That is one of its weaknesses and one of its strengths. I remember the former leader saying that the Labour Party will be a party for the many, not the few. It does seem like Keir Starmer worked out there are many, many people with excessive wealth, and that's who he's for, and not for the few who are on PIP, the people who struggle most in our society. You know, he's weak on the environment, he's weak on care, and I strongly disagree, and I'm very, very disappointed with this government, which hasn't delivered the change we wanted. It's a change of faces, not actually a change of vision, whatever his vision is. So hopefully our MP will hear this and he will take that to Westminster and speak to the Prime Minister on our behalfs, that he needs to have a proper vision that he can share with the rest of us. There needs to be a change of narrative. There's been a stigma associated with claiming any form of benefit. The people who are not economically active, which included the Pope a few days ago, because he wasn't drawing a salary and was living off benefits. But aside from that, you have the unpaid carers who were mentioned today. You have students. You have the people driving our community transport vehicles. You have the people volunteering in our libraries. There are lots of volunteers that we increasingly rely on, people who do voluntary work that used to be paid work. And then we criticise those people who then end up on benefits. We've got these people with excessive wealth blasting off for a quick trip to space. Yeah, and yet we're struggling to fill potholes. Yeah, the world is wrong. Thresholds on income tax are not moving. And yet we have this cost of living crisis caused by inflation around the world. It's clear inequality is growing ever larger. More and more millionaires, more and more billionaires, and vastly more people living in poverty. It's time for change. It's time for leadership from Westminster with a pure vision of a more equitable society. And I will vote in support of the amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Perry. Councillor Johnson, before we move to summing up your original motion, we've still got this amendment on the table. Just a second, please. So if you are acceptable, if you are willing to change the last paragraph to the amendment, we can just vote on your motion with those changes if you're in agreement.
First of all, just to make the point, Mayor, that of course I have a right to reply to the amendment.
You do, and I was going to bring you in, but...
So I'll deal with that within my conversation here, if that's okay.
Yes, thank you. I don't see any more hands then, so if you would like to sum up then, Councillor Johnson.
Okay. Diolch yn fawr.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Just giving everybody a moment to put on their headphones. Thank you very much for a number of contributions to the discussion here tonight. I would like to say on behalf of the Plaid Cymru group, and Councillor Hooper will be giving some sort of nod to you in a moment, that we do accept the amendment by Councillor Lovelock Edwards and Ewan Goodjohn, and so this will go forward as a substantive motion under a single vote later on. Mayor, I would like to emphasise the effect of these changes on the people of the Vale of Glamorgan, and indeed across the UK who will be affected by this. This affects individuals and families, and it impacts us as well as a council and as a society. As several people have asked, why are you bringing something to this council which is out of your hands? And that is the point of politics, that we stand here on behalf of our citizens, of people who are around us, and we ensure that they have a fair bargain, a fair deal from the government and from any sort of authority. And it affects us as a council, because if this does go through, the costs will be increasing for us in terms of social care. It'll become more difficult for us to tackle poverty, and we will have to be filling that gap ourselves. And if you speak with somebody, for example, from Citizens Advice, they will tell you that they're incredibly busy with people who are worried about their debt. And something like this doesn't help that one little bit. And so I'm happy for us, as Plaid Cymru Group, to support this here tonight. I accept the amendments by Councillor Lovelock Edwards, which includes the original points about the opposition to the reduction to PIP. It gives us a way as a council to respond through the Green Paper, and I accept that as part of the paper. And we're making a statement as well very clearly about our objection. And one point just to supplement at the end. The last part of this amendment includes reference to the many who are most vulnerable. And what my worry is about this is also the wording made by the Labour government in Westminster as they explain these proposed cuts. And as Councillor Hooper explained earlier, the movement for 4 points for daily activity, that is the thing that is going to affect most people, because instead of looking across and treating everybody as individuals, they are looking at things in a very siloed way. And when you're talking about the most vulnerable people, you have to ensure that we are all on the same page, where we all know what the definition of vulnerable people is, because this is already being weaponized, this definition, and we have to make sure we are all singing from the same hymn sheet about how we defend our people in our communities. So I thank everyone for their contributions, and I look forward to the vote, and I really hope that the Chamber and everybody in the Council will be voting for this response to the Green Paper. Thank you all very much indeed.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. So we have agreed changes to your motion. So we will substitute the last paragraph. Council therefore opposes these cuts, and we'll write to the Prime Minister, Secretary of State for Work and Pensions, and the First Minister to make clear our opposition to these proposals with, just a second, sorry. Council therefore will submit a response to the Pathways to Work, Reforming Benefits and Support to Get Britain Working Green Paper consultation, opposing the proposed cuts and arguing that the support outline should be clearly defined, co-produced and implemented in advance of any changes to benefit payments. Have I missed a bit off the end of that?
I was under the impression there was a bit at the end, but just yeah. Councillor, just confirm.
Apologies, I haven't. The last sentence. I think I'm missing the last sentence.
Oh, thanks. Yeah. So we've got co-produced and implemented in advance of any changes to benefit payments, and that none of these proposed changes involve cuts to the benefits of those most vulnerable. Yep.
Yes, everyone clear on the last paragraph changes? Thank you. We shall move to a vote on the new substantive motion. So as before, green for, red against, and middle button to abstain.
Just confirm we're having a recorded vote on this, please.
Of course.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, councillors. We have all the votes. So we have 29 in favour of Councillor Johnson's motion, the substantive motion, and we have 8 abstentions and no votes against. So that motion carries. Thank you, members. We shall just get the councillors who have left to return back to the meeting. If you just have a little bit of patience, thank you. On advice, we should take a 5-minute comfort break. 1 minute, councillors. 1 minute, councillors. Thank you.
It's in the room. Yeah, right. In the room. It's a challenge. By next year, you might have found it.
Thank you, councillors. I hope you've all taken advantage of the comfort break. Councillor Hamilton, you've got your hand up. Is that an accidental hand, Councillor Hamilton?
Sorry, I do apologise. I'm a little bit slow in coming back from my comfort break and I missed the vote, not intentionally.
Thank you. Okay, thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Thank you, councillors. Agenda item 11. To consider the notice of a motion as contained within the agenda submitted by councillors Stallard and Councillor E. Ewan Goodjohn. A voluntary ban on the sale of use of flying rings throughout the Vale of Glamorgan. Councillor Stallard, could you present your motion, please?
Yeah, I'm going to speak in Welsh, if that's okay.
It was in a presentation to the Vale Coastal Forum that I heard about the campaign to introduce a voluntary ban on the sale of flying rings. A 21st century version of the frisbee is what the flying ring is, and it is so cheap to buy at the shops along our coast that they are often deemed disposable after a day on the beach and end up washed out to sea. A gentleman called Gareth Richards came to the forum. He is a retired police officer and the founder of the Gower SEAL Group. He brought pictures with him of seals with these plastic rings stuck around their necks. And I must say that this could lead to serious injuries and to deaths for these seals. Volunteers such as Gareth are able to save some of these seals, but doing so can cost thousands to rehabilitate the animal's health. The answer is very simple. We can ask human visitors to our rivers and beaches to simply refrain from buying these toys and instead to buy the old-fashioned solid frisbees. While they may be a little more expensive, they are more likely to be kept and treasured and reused year on year. We can also ask that our shopkeepers refuse to sell these flying rings and instead to sell the traditional frisbees. I've spoken already to business owners on Barry Island and in Ogmore by Sea, and had nothing but encouragement from them. Some had already ceased selling these flying rings, and others pulled them from the shelves right before me. Every one of them received a poster from me to put in their window to advertise this problem to the public. Other local authorities have taken this step, this voluntary ban, and are now contributing to raising awareness of the issue. I would welcome your support this evening so that the Vale of Glamorgan can follow this list of local authorities who are doing so. Thank you.
Well done.
Thank you, Councillor Stallard. Councillor Goodjohn.
I'd like to second and reserve the right to speak, please.
Thank you, Councillor Goodjohn. Councillor William.
Diolch, Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. I will be contributing in Welsh. I'd like to thank Councillor Stallard for introducing this motion. This is a well-intentioned and important proposal. However, it does recognise that we have no power to enforce a ban. What worries me is that a voluntary ban is not sincerely a ban at all. It can't be enforced, and I'm worried this proposal therefore won't achieve very much. Whether we have that power or not, I'm glad to hear that the councillor has been talking with the shop owners and asking their opinion on the idea of adopting a voluntary ban. That is the course of action that should be taken. They should be the first people who are asked their opinion as we go about this course of action. This proposal relies on having a good relationship with the traders, of course, and this is difficult, given that this is the same authority that's already lost a lot of the traders' goodwill recently when it failed to properly consult with the same traders in relation to car parking. Now, the reason I discuss this is we need this goodwill with this sort of proposal. The traders are the experts. They know what's going on in resorts such as Whitmore Bay, where I'm one of the local councillors. It's extremely important, therefore, that we work with traders as experts. Their livelihoods depend on getting things right. They are the first people, therefore, whose opinions should be asked. They live and work in the area, and they can see what's happening and what the potential solutions could be, whether it's in terms of traffic management, other needs arising from changing demographics, visitor trends, and habits and lifestyles. All these things which are changing over time. One should also be aware of the fact that it's not necessarily be the traders who will have supplied these flying rings to people. Visitors from further afield may have already brought them with them. And anyone who has been cleaning beaches, as many of us in this room have done, will know that this proposal should be a starting point on tackling the general issue of waste on our beaches. Councillor Ernest and I used the Scrutiny Committee over 20 years ago now to bring in resort wardens, and it made a substantial difference to our beaches. However, there are other huge problems that do exist, as many voluntary groups such as Beautiful Barry have considered. Glass and other discarded materials are a huge problem, as well as these flying rings, and we have to address this. And so a dialogue with traders can lead to getting some alternative suggestions from them that we perhaps haven't thought about before, but could be useful and beneficial to everybody. We should investigate the feasibility as well of distributing bags to people to collect their waste as they come to our beaches. This is something I've suggested in scrutiny meetings several times in the past. There needs to be a meaningful dialogue with traders and interested voluntary groups. We must recognise their expertise to seek their views and their advice on the issue of tackling flying rings, because it's not just the flying rings, it's all sorts of waste. And so, with all due respect, and I hope that you take this in the spirit that it's intended. I would ask you to withdraw this proposal, which is full of good and honest intention. I'd ask you to withdraw it so that we can reconsider alternatives, so that its good intentions are realised. I intend to be supportive by saying this, and to offer to help you to explore powers such as bylaws that we've used, for example, previously to ban jet skis, alcohol, and dogs, that we have to enable this. We do have the powers to do this, but I'm not sure exactly how we should approach it. Perhaps we could consider this in a new task and finish group, which would be dedicated to the issue of flying rings, plastic, and other waste on our beaches and in our seas. And so a huge thanks to you for bringing this proposal to us. And I hope you will agree with my comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor William. Councillor Michael Morgan.
Yes, but I'm very supportive of this motion. I accept what Councillor William has said. There are other issues to be addressed. But if you look up and Google this matter up and down the country, in particular in seaside places where there are seals, it's a really horrible threat to wildlife in our seas. It's a specific thing, these rings. The problem with them is they don't float. I mean, I have taken one of these things to the beach with my dogs before. Now you throw them into the sea and they disappear. I've only done that once, and I thought that's a dreadful thing. So if we can't enforce this, we know that, but we can draw public attention to the fact that these things are dangerous. They're dangerous to life on our seas. They're dangerous to everything. They're unnecessary when there are alternatives. So this is a simple thing. It's a properly brought motion. I will support it, and perhaps it will bring public awareness to these issues, and again address the wider issues that Councillor William has mentioned, because we have problems and we need to look after our environment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Morgan. Councillor Marshalsea.
Thank you, Councillor Stallard, for bringing this motion to Council. As biodiversity champion, I obviously fully support this. We don't want plastic in our seas, that's for sure. And in our current biodiversity crisis, we need to make sure that all of our wildlife is supported as fully as possible. And obviously seals are part of that food chain, part of the chain, sorry. I was in Cardigan last week and this ban was in full effect there. It was quite obvious as a tourist. We saw it everywhere we went, really, local to beaches. And obviously our seas are the same. So if we support that ban here, it will also have a knock-on effect to the rest of Wales and our coastline. So I'm in full support. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Marshalsea. Councillor Perry.
Yeah, I was surprised that these things are still being sold when I read about the campaign. I thought we'd banned these long time ago. I remember the cans where they were packed and birds were being caught in the loops and leading to tragic consequences. As Councillor William said, it's just one product. There are many products that shouldn't be there. There's also a problem with littering, and our society has a huge problem with the attitude to our environment. If you drive, let's mention Culverhouse Cross again, it seems that people come off the link road and just empty their cars at the side of the road. It's a huge problem. There's not just the fly tipping. I pulled 24 tyres out of a verge in St Nicholas a couple of weeks ago, which had been fly tipped there. I've got fly tipping the whole time. But it's not just the fly tipping, it's people's cars, wrappers, bottles. You're driving behind people and things hit your windscreen because they're just throwing them out. What is wrong with these people? We need to get this message across that you can't do this. There are consequences. 'Cause at the end of the day, we end up eating it. So yeah, I will support this, but I think we need to do much more. And the people in Westminster need to do much more, and they need to reverse their change of promises, and we need to invest in active travel and other schemes to save our planet. So I'll vote for, like I said, I'll vote for it, but it's not just our beaches, our seas, it's our roadsides. So I will let you go away and I'll be quiet for the rest of the evening, I hope.
Thank you, Councillor Perry. Councillor Goodjohn, Emma Goodjohn. Goodjohn Senior.
Thank you, Mayor. Last September, in glorious sunny weather, a bit like today, Councillor Stallard and I walked the entire length of the Glamorgan Heritage Coast to raise money for the RNLI and National Coast Watch. Plastic pollution is a big problem in our seas, and this particular piece of plastic, the flying ring, is known to kill marine mammals. So I'm honoured to second this motion, which will have a positive impact protecting our wildlife along the Vale's stunningly beautiful coastline and much further afield. Supporting this motion will hopefully bring about change in the public consciousness, making us all think twice about the plastic things we buy, benefiting future generations as well as our own. I hope that retailers and businesses throughout the Vale will follow the example set by the shopkeepers of Barry Island and Ogmore by Sea and stop selling these flying rings once they realise the unnecessary harm they cause. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Goodjohn. Councillor Wilson.
Thank you very much, Mayor. There's a couple of issues here. I mean, in generally, we should try and reduce the amount of plastics anyway in our community. And I'm very pleased that Welsh Government have got this initiative going on at the moment called Extended Producer Responsibility. And I think that is very important because that's about reducing the amount of plastics that we have in our society. And especially when it comes to solid plastics, which don't really have a great deal of use. My feeling about this is that this is unnecessary, that we as a council have declared a nature emergency. And I think nature is about making sure that we increase and maintain, and hopefully increase our biodiversity. And that extends to animals as well, not just plants. So really, I fully support this motion. Obviously, Councillor William has made some good points about plastics on beaches. I will take on those points. We are, as you know, we are trying an initiative. I've already said this earlier on in the council about soft plastics. My ambition is to extend that across the whole of Vale of Glamorgan. That is my ambition. Obviously, it depends on how well the trial has gone. And hopefully, we can tackle this together. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Councillor Johnson.
Diolch yn fawr.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Obviously, biodiversity and the animals that live close to our seas are important to us all, and it's part of the world of nature. And it's part of what is so good about our local area. And I would like to add to the point that was made by Councillor William earlier, which is that his point about welcoming the points which are in the agenda here, but also noting that to all intents and purposes did not achieve its aim. And so he suggested, as I would like to do formally, I would like to formally propose an amendment to this proposal, that the council establishes a task and finish group to look into the powers that we have as a council to influence the use of plastics around our beaches. We've discussed what the obligations of the new scrutiny will be tonight, and this is perhaps one way that we could achieve this aim by adopting this now. I'm not sure if the councillors Stallard and Goodjohn would be willing to accept this amendment, which does not take away from their proposal, which is before us tonight. But it is, of course, a piece of work which is additional that needs to be done to achieve the aims of the proposal, and I'm sure the Councillor William will second this. Yes, I do second.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. Thank you, Councillor William. So we have an amendment. Apologies, I couldn't write quick enough. The council establish a task and finish group to look into the powers we have as a council.
I'll just do this in English for you, Mayor. I mean, so a new point 4, establish a task and finish group for the council to understand what powers it has to promote the stated guide. To investigate bylaws and promote the aims of the motion that we have.
Just a second. Councillor Burnett.
Really a point of clarification, please, Mayor. Looking at the new way forward, I have no issues with this. I'd actually been thinking about looking at something around the use of green and blue space. But I think the question I've got is who should be making that decision? I would be totally happy to propose it goes forward to the new scrutiny committees for them to decide whether or not it was a priority for them to do. But I question at this point whether or not we make a grandiose statement that a discussion on powers, etc., is something they should look at, because scrutiny should be self-determining, really. So, you know, if I could have an opinion on that, that would be really helpful.
Point of order?
Councillor William, yes.
I wedyn yn Gymraeg.
I'd like to say this in Welsh. I have a point of order in the form of a question, which is, it's a decision really for the full council about whether or not we should have a task and finish group. And if there is a proposal for it, and we would like things to be far-reaching, this would definitely reinforce and strengthen this proposal very much. And I believe it's our right as a full council to decide on the way forwards, if that helps answer Councillor Burnett's question.
Thank you, Councillor William. Just a second, please. I'll be with you now, Councillor Collins. Thank you. Thank you, councillors. It's up to each scrutiny committee what task and finish group that they form on what issues. The amendment that I've got here, or what we've rewritten here, if this is correct, the council recommends to establish a task and finish group to look into the powers we have as a council to promote the bylaws in relation to the issue of flying rings. Is that acceptable? Is that acceptable? Yeah, Chief Exec.
Yeah, and just to put some context on that, I think then if the council recommends that when the respective scrutiny committees consider what task and finish work they'll want to do, the relevant scrutiny committee in question here would have that council recommendation before it, and one would expect that that scrutiny committee would have that recommendation quite high on their list, I suggest.
Thank you for the clarification.
Thank you. Is that acceptable? So a voluntary ban on the sale of the use of flying rings throughout the Vale of Glamorgan, and the council recommends the establishment of a task and finish group to look into the powers we have as a council to promote the bylaws in relation to the issue of flying rings.
Just to confirm, it's points. So it's points 1, 2, 3, and then point 4 is to establish a task and finish group to look into those issues relating to powers and enforcement.
Okay, yeah,
and
apologies.
That and other,
and
around plastic waste on them.
Thank you. Yeah, is Councillor Stellard in agreement?
I'm happy with that.
Would you like to sum up, Councillor Stellard?
Of course, yes.
Oh, sorry, apologies. Councillor Carroll first. Sorry, Councillor Stellard.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As a Conservative, I welcome this motion this evening. We believe in conservation and limiting the impacts of litter and waste on our environment is something that I think we all support. I do share some of the concerns that Councillor William expressed regarding the potential involvement of traders in this. I think that they play a vital role in the economy of the Vale of Glamorgan, including in coastal towns, and it's important that we take them with us when bringing forward proposals rather than against us. I did, in light of hearing Councillor Williams' comments, intend to propose an amendment to the motion to consult with traders as part of the process. However, given that the motion has now been amended to set up a task and finish group, I think that that task and finish group could potentially undertake that consultation work to ensure that traders are involved throughout all stages, because this authority has, I'm sad to say, got itself into a habit of alienating traders unnecessarily at times, and I think it's important that all steps are taken to avoid that happening. Plastic pollution, especially with regard to single-use plastics, is something we want to minimise. I think the impacts of these flying rings, both on wildlife and indeed on the council's own resources, if time and effort needs to be spent up clearing them from beaches, if they're left on them, is obviously something we would wish to avoid. So I'm happy to support the motion as amended, but I would reiterate that I hope that as part of that task and finish group there can be a full and proper consultation with traders as to any potential impacts, so that we take them with the authority, not against us.
Thank you, Councillor Carroll. It was the council to recommend the establishment of a task and finish group, not that it will be established. It's a recommendation. Councillor Payne.
Sorry, I was just going to second that originally and to say that it was very specific to flying discs. It seemed to go a bit broad, but there's been a lot of work done in Barry on plastic free in terms of the town councils, lots of town and community councils also. So it was kind of just to support the motion. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Payne. Councillor Collins.
Thank you. I think it's clear that we're all happy to support this. It is an important environmental issue. It does need promotion. It does need more public awareness. In the last 2 years, there have been at least 3 petitions on the gov.uk page. The lowest had 668 signatures, didn't even reach anywhere near the 10,000. And the highest had 3,564. So public awareness overall, I think, has a way to go. And I think our council should be a guiding hand in helping promote that and bring this further into public attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Collins. Councillor Thomas.
Thank you, Mayor. I agree with most of the comments of most of the people who have spoken already. I mean, these rings are a danger to all marine mammals. They're also unsightly when they're being washed up and battered and broken and everything, as can happen. However, I do have concerns about some of the tenor of some of the things that some people have said in regards to the task and finish group. I appreciate it has been clarified, but just to be sure, the purpose of the changes that we made earlier was to strengthen strengthen scrutiny, and for us to then turn around and to direct scrutiny to form a task and finish group as a full council to direct the scrutiny, I think would be wrong. As chair of the chairs and vice chairs group, I believe that it is a matter that should be brought up in the appropriate scrutiny committee, and that they are the ones that should be deciding on whether or not there should be a task and finish group. The advice from here that they consider it, I think, is right, but to direct them would have been wholly wrong. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Thomas. The points made were that it is a recommendation to form a task and finish group, not a direction. So the appropriate scrutiny committee will be have the chance to set that up. Councillor Emma Goodjohn. Sorry. Did you want to second the changes that Councillor Stallard has agreed to? It just needs seconding.
Yes, I'll second.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Stallard, I see no other hands, so would you like to sum up, please? Thank you.
Yeah, fi'n credu bod
I think that quite enough has been said already, and it's great to see that we are more than less in agreement that we need to take these positive steps. I recognise that this is but a small step, a first step perhaps, but I hope it will be a significant step that will encourage us all to think about the plastics that we buy. This is something that has been adopted in many other councils, and so I don't accept that it won't make any positive impact. But yes, it's something to encourage people to think, and I hope that everyone will agree with me.
Thank you, Councillor Stallard. We shall move to a vote. The vote is ready, so if councillors would green for, reds against, and blues to abstain. We have all the votes in, and that is 48 for, zero against, and 0 abstention. The motion with the points made and the amendments carries. Thank you, councillors. Agenda item 12, members' questions. Question 1. Implications for the Council following the UK Supreme Court ruling from Councillor Iannucci Williams to the Cabinet Member for Community Engagement, Equalities and Regulatory Services.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor. The Council is reviewing the UK Supreme Court ruling in the case for Women Scotland Limited and Scottish ministers, which relates to the interpretation of the Equality Act 2010. And the Council will adjust its policies as needed to comply with the Equality Act and maintain its commitment, I apologise, to equality and non-discrimination. And we will be considering the practical implications of this judgment, including the interim guidance by the Equality and Human Rights Commission, which was some of which was issued late last week. And I will ensure that updates are provided to members as actions are taken in response to the ruling.
Thank you, Councillor Sivignano. Councillor Iannucci Williams, do you have a follow-up question? Supplementary?
Yes, please.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So in recent weeks, we've seen appalling attacks from all sides of the political spectrum on trans people and their rights. I'd like to be very clear that I think that trans women are women and trans men are men. What is the Vale Council doing to ensure that our trans friends, family and constituents feel safe and welcome in the Vale?
Thank you, Councillor, for the question. I think, as I said in my earlier answer, we will ensure that we are treating all our residents and all people that we come into contact with the respect and kindness and fairness that they are entitled to, and we will continue to do that and ensure that the Equality Act, which does protect transgender people, will also be enforced.
Thank you, Councillor Sivignano. Question 2. Car parking charges in the Vale of Glamorgan from Councillor Godfrey to the Cabinet Member for Neighbourhood and Building Services.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you very much, Councillor Godfrey, for your question. I would refer Councillor Godfrey to the consideration of the matter by Cabinet on 9th of January and a subsequent consideration by the Economy and Environment Scrutiny Committee at a special meeting on 28th of January. The comments of Scrutiny Committee were considered by Cabinet on the 6th of March. The reports and minutes are a matter of public record, so I shall not repeat them here, other than to say that if Councillor Godfrey has not had the time or the opportunity to apprise himself of the up-to-date position, I can easily forward him the links to those reports.
Thank you. Do you have a supplementary question, Councillor Godfrey?
I do, and also a point of order. I'm entitled to ask you as a Cabinet Member for an update, irrespective of what I've read, because I'm interested for clarification on a number of points.
Thank you.
So I resent your comments.
Okay. Do you have a supplementary question?
Yes, I would like to know the clarification I'd like to know, which is what I raised at the previous full council meeting, is my concerns over the parking situation at Marie Curie Home Towers in Penarth.
Thank you very much for your question, supplementary question, Councillor Godfrey. Obviously, we are at the stage of consultation in terms of parking, and that's where we are, and I've got no further things to add.
Again, as a point of order, it's standard practice that in Landock Hospital and the Heath Hospital, they have a machine inside that you can...
Councillor Godfrey, you've had your answer.
Very poor. Very, very poor.
That's you're allowed to take or leave the answer as you see fit. Thank you, Councillor Godfrey. Question 3, Barry Docks Incinerator from Councillor Collins to the Cabinet Member for the Community Engagement, Equalities and Regulatory Services.
Thank you, Councillor, for the question. Members will be aware, I hope members will be aware, that the Barry biomass went into administration and liquidation in late January this year. As part of this process, the lease from Associated British Ports was handed back along with equipment and buildings placed upon it. This means that the site and plant is now under the ownership of ABP. And ABP has maintained the arrangement with the contractor, sorry, there are lots of letters here, PCML, to manage the site and to ensure it remains safe and secure. And we are working closely with the council to understand viable options for the site and what costs will fall to ABP. The council will be seeking a timely resolution in respect of the site's future, and ABP are aware of this and keen to resolve matters as quickly as possible, having regard to all the legal issues around liquidation of the previous company. I hope that answers it.
Thank you, Councillor Sivanyanam. Councillor Collins, do you have a supplementary question?
I do have a supplementary, thank you. Thank you for that, Councillor. My supplementary is this. Should the chance arise, would the Vale of Glamorgan consider an arrangement to either buy the site or lease the site on a long-term basis or something like that to use as a community facility?
I have to say that's beyond my pay grade. But I can't answer that at this stage.
Thank you, Councillor Collins. Thank you, Councillor Sivanyanam. Can we just have a little bit of quiet when people are speaking, please? All members, as I repeat, all members would like to show the same courtesy that they would like to be given. Thank you. Question 4. Buttrell's Estate Playground refurbishment from Councillor Emma Goodjohn, sorry, I keep saying E, and I'm so sorry, to the Cabinet Member for Public Sector Housing and Tenant Engagement.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Emma Goodjohn, for the question. The Council is currently progressing through the procurement process towards a contract award for the replacement play area. It is anticipated that, the subject to contracts being finalised, works will commence in July with an anticipated completion date in September. Do you have a supplementary at all?
Thank you. Do you have a supplementary question?
No, that's wonderful. Thank you very much. Let's hope we can keep that time schedule.
Thank you, Councillor Emma Goodjohn. Apologies. Question 5, review of trans inclusion toolkits from Councillor Carroll to the Cabinet Member for Education, Arts and the Welsh Language.
Thank you. So you've asked me if we were reviewing the trans inclusion schools a toolkit. We are always reviewing our policies. We remain committed to learning from schools, different communities, new research, new case law and best practices. And this ongoing review process ensures our practices remain relevant and up to date.
Thank you, Councillor Birch. Councillor Carroll, do you have a supplementary question?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank the Cabinet Member for her answer. At present, the toolkit states that the use of changing rooms should be assessed on a case-by-case basis. Will the Cabinet Member change the policy to make clear that designated single-sex spaces must only be used by people of the biological sex in question, and women's toilets should only be accessed by biological women, and men's toilets should only be accessed by biological men?
I think you're rather repeating what you've already asked me. I've said that these policies are under review, and obviously the new case law will be part of that review. I would point out that the transgender toolkit was only ever a guidance which was requested by schools. We didn't insist on it. It's requested by schools to use as and when they see fit to offer help as situations arise. Our council remains committed to offering the best help and advice to any young person for whom we have responsibility, and I would hope and expect that all councillors support that wish and intention.
Thank you, Councillor Birch. Thank you, Councillor Carroll. Question 6, fly tipping from Councillor Cowp to the Cabinet Member for Neighbourhood and Building Services.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Councillor Cowp, for your question. And this is my reply. The Council has a dedicated team of enforcement officers for age-related offences such as fly tipping. These officers are experienced and trained with techniques and have the use of technology to aid them determine land ownership details so waste incidents are cleared up as soon as practically possible. Data relating to fly tipping incidents is regularly monitored to identify specific areas, and the team has the use of CCTV cameras that can be deployed to known hotspots to help capture incidents of crime for appropriate action. The enforcement officers work closely with the council's cleansing team, as well as other partner agencies such as the police, South Wales Fire Service, and the waste regulators, Natural Resources Wales. The team also assists the police with the stop and search of vehicles suspected of illegally carrying waste through the Vale and suspected of being involved in major fly tipping incidents. Since 2022, the enforcement team has issued 263 fixed penalty notices for fly tipping offences and has undertaken 24 successful prosecutions in court.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Councillor Camp's not in the meeting, so she hasn't got a supplementary. Question 7, increase in the national living wage from Councillor Payne to the Executive Leader and Cabinet Member for Performance and Resources.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Payne. The increase in national living wage to 12.21 from 1st of April 2025, which represents a 77p rise, has been welcomed by the Council. The Council's always considered the importance of supporting workers' living standards whilst balancing economic factors, and that the increase secures a real terms pay rise for the lowest paid workers and reflects extensive consultation with employers, workers and expert bodies. As you'll be aware, hopefully, the Council also supports the real living wage and currently pays its staff a minimum of £12.60 an hour, which supports our lowest paid staff. Thank you.
Thank you, Leader. Councillor Payne, do you have a supplementary question?
Thank you. My supplementary was about us being part of the living and the real living wage. So thank you for that. And I also welcome it, hence the point of me asking the question in the first place. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Payne. Question 8, Aqua Park at Cosmeston consultation from Councillor Ernest to the Executive Leader and Cabinet Member for Performance and Resources.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Ernest. The decision to consider and offer a pilot leisure opportunity was considered by both Cabinet and Scrutiny and followed numerous placemaking consultation events held in Penarth in 2024 and into February 2025. At these events, widening the offer at the park and securing its sustainable future were key issues raised. The proposed operator remains in discussion with Natural Resources Wales over necessary safeguards to ensure the use does not harm the lake's designated status, and until this authorisation is approved, no licence will be agreed, as was actually confirmed at Cabinet. If it is agreed, the Aqua Park will run through the summer months to test its appropriateness for the park. The Council continues to respond to any inquiries submitted regarding the proposed leisure offer. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Burnett. Councillor Ernest, do you have a supplementary question, please?
Yes, Mayor, I do. Will the leader indicate how many of her correspondents actually support her proposals for Cosmeston Lakes at this time? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ernest. You know, it's strange when the number of communications I've had where people had been really misinformed. And it's you know, in a case such as this, actually, it's quite usual that people will say all sorts of things like, you know, this is going to harm water voles. The water voles are nowhere near where this park will go. It's going to harm conservation. It's not in the conservation lake. So if we talk about valid communications, very few. But we, as I have just said, we are in communication with Natural Resources Wales. I also said at Cabinet that we would ensure that all due diligence was followed, and until that is all agreed, we will not sign. If it is all agreed, we will sign the lease. Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you, Leader.
Thank you, Councillor Ernest. Thank you, Leader. Question 9, supporting employee mental health, from Councillor Dr Ian Johnson to the Executive Leader and Cabinet Member for Performance and Resources.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Johnson. We remain committed to supporting our employees in relation to mental wellbeing, and we will continue to take a multifaceted approach. Our Learning Cafe, led by our dedicated operational development and learning team, has a work stream that meets to discuss wellbeing with a committed team of employees from across the council. This has seen the recent launch of a targeted campaign supported by our communications team for Stress Awareness Month in April. The campaign looks to highlight learning modules available on our iDev learning platform, specifically for this campaign, this being the stress awareness module. The module is designed to give staff an overview of stress awareness at work, explains what stress is and how it is expressed physically and psychologically, how we can reflect and approach this, and tools to support staff management. In addition, we're running further financial wellbeing sessions during this month, building on sessions offered prior and coordinated by finance educational specialists. The above all supplements our existing offer through our Wellbeing Hub, established as part of our Reward and Benefits Review in 2024, and it's regularly updated. This provides a range of resources and links to dedicated support groups for mental, physical and emotional well-being. We also have a 24-hour employee assistance provision and a committed and highly skilled occupational health team who provide regular health checks and awareness campaigns for employees across the council, including our schools. All practices are supported by a range of policies aimed at providing a healthy work environment where our staff can thrive and provide the best possible service to our citizens. Thank you.
Thank you, Leader. Councillor Johnson, do you have a supplementary? Thank you. Question 10, Olive Lodge development, from Councillor Emma Goodjohn to the Cabinet Member for Public Sector Housing and Tenant Engagement.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Emma Goodjohn, for the question. Okay, so the conversion of Olive Lodge will provide 10 units of high-quality, self-contained, managed temporary accommodation to help in addressing the significant homelessness pressures the council is currently facing. This fantastic development coincides with the council reducing its reliance on expensive, unsuitable hotel accommodation and will assist us in providing a range of temporary accommodation options whilst residents are assisted to find long-term permanent home. The accommodation should be available from July this year, and I would offer the Vale councillors, you know, if they want to look at the actual property, to email me and I will arrange when you can go. I've been myself and it is actually high quality sort of accommodation there, but that was a building site, so you know, once it's nearer the date, if both you councillors want to go, if you email me. If you have a supplementary. Okay, thanks.
Do you have a supplementary question?
Sorry.
No, okay, thank you. Thank you, Councillor Perks. Question 11, improvement of urban tree cover, from Councillor Carroll to the Cabinet Member for Neighbourhood and Building Services.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Carroll, for your question. I'm a little surprised at your question, Councillor Carroll, as in November 2024, following a period of extensive public consultation, including consideration of the draft strategy documents by the Environment and Regeneration Scrutiny Committee, the Council agreed a comprehensive tree strategy for the period 2024 to 2039. It's the first that I remember in living memory of this Council. Please, could you look at those documents which provide all the information that you need? This includes a commitment to increase the urban tree canopy and additional funding, which I'm sure you are aware of.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Do you have a supplementary question, Councillor Carroll?
I do. I'm pleased to inform the Cabinet Member that I have read those documents, and the draft strategy states that many of the Council's urban trees have suffered from reduced levels of maintenance, leading to structural weaknesses and tree health issues. It also states that the council already ensures its trees are inspected on a regular basis. Does this mean that issues were identified in those inspections and left unresolved? And if so, did it result in trees being felled unnecessarily?
Can I come back? As you probably know, Councillor Carroll, we have spent a considerable amount of money on ash dieback. And that's still going on. As you know, ash dieback is a serious tree illness. We also want to make sure that we manage our resources properly so that we do not have people having accidents underneath trees because they are highly diseased. We take our responsibilities very seriously, and if you look around Penarth in particular and in other areas, we have done some regular pollarding as we've done for many, many years. I would also like to draw attention to that there are 7 drop-in events in the Vale area. Some have already happened and there's a couple that I will bring to your attention. One at Cowbridge Old Hall, room 1, 29th of April 2025, between 11:30 to 1:30, and in Dinners Palace, Park Brynadon Recreational Ground Car Park, 1st of May, 11:30 to 1:30. As you know, we're also funding additional £100,000 for increased tree planting, and £75,000 enhanced tree maintenance has been allocated to support the objectives of the strategy in 2025. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Thank you, Councillor Carroll. Question 12, 0-hour contracts from Councillor Payne to the Executive Leader and Cabinet Member for Performance and Resources.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Payne. I would welcome the introduction of the Employment Rights Bill, but I'm pleased to say the Council does not use 0 hours contracts as a way of employing staff. Technically, the term 0 hours means that workers are offered contracts on 0 hours, but have to make themselves available for work as necessary. Not acceptable. The Council does offer casual stroke relief contracts, whereby workers can accept or decline work as necessary, and they're able to work for more than one employer if they so wish. But it means that the council can avoid recruitment costs every time that they want to bring in extra staff. This has been a regular feature of council contracts and used alongside other temporary and permanent contracts as a way to manage short-term peaks in workloads. The council will be reviewing its various contracts of employment to ensure they meet the requirements of the Employment Rights Bill, which is likely to come into effect no earlier than 2026, which will give time for the council to prepare for any changes that are agreed under the new bill. Thank you.
Do you have a supplementary question, Councillor Payne?
I do, and that is, thank you for that, Leader. So I understand from that, my question, that things will be monitored. Could we have feedback to Council on the monitoring results, please?
I'm happy to arrange that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Leader. Thank you, Councillor Payne. Question 13, Schools of Sanctuary from Councillor Carroll to the Executive Leader and Cabinet Member for Performance and Resources.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Carroll. There are 28 schools in the Vale Schools of Sanctuary network that have signed the pledge to become a School of Sanctuary. 4 schools have been awarded Schools of Sanctuary status. 1 school will be submitting for re-accreditation to renew their status in the summer term 2025. 4 schools will be submitting applications for appraisal in the summer term 2025. 20 schools are working towards the Schools of Sanctuary Award for appraisals in academic year 2025-26. The majority of schools have also taken part in the anti-racism action research, professional learning for schools. This professional learning has been recognised by ESTIN in the local authority inspection. Thank you.
Thank you, Leader. Councillor Carroll, do you have a supplementary question?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. To become schools of sanctuary, schools must meet a set of minimum criteria, including signing the City of Sanctuary UK Supporting Organisation Pledge. This pledge includes an endorsement of the City of Sanctuary Charter, a document which states that people should be able to seek safety in the UK no matter how they came here. Given that this would, by definition, include people who came to Britain illegally, will the leader apologise for encouraging Vale schools to align themselves with this inappropriate, contentious and highly political project?
Interesting. Thank you, Councillor Carroll. An interesting supplementary. I do sometimes wonder how you manage to put such topics into questions. However people get to this country, they should be dealt with fairly. Their cases should be assessed fairly and the decisions taken on their future from that point. Your original question was about schools of sanctuary, which is part of a constructive citizenship education within our schools, where our children learn about civility, where our children learn about safety, and where our children learn that we have more in common. I have no reason to apologise for that. And if you visited some of our schools doing this work, I hope that you would see just how constructive it is. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Burnett. Question 14, communication on social media platforms from Councillor Carroll to the Executive Leader and Cabinet Member for Performance and Resources.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Carroll. I'm really surprised at this question, given that Councillor Carroll had the benefit of a very recent briefing on the matter, which he attended alongside all other group leaders. I refer Councillor Carroll to that briefing.
Thank you, Leader. Councillor Carroll, do you have a supplementary question?
Yes, in that briefing and indeed in a press communication that was issued by the authority, the leader stated that the decision to cease communicating on X was about values and that the platform has become synonymous with abuse. Many comments which I suspect would meet the leader's definition of that term can be found via a quick perusal of the Facebook platform on which the authority continues to communicate.
Do you have a supplementary question, Councillor Carroll?
Is it not the case that this decision was part of a ridiculous attempt to signal virtue when the authority's real priority should be listening to residents, improving services and delivering value for money for council taxpayers?
Thank you, Councillor Carroll. It gives me another opportunity to explain. As we said on that day, and as we've subsequently said in press communications, this is a decision about values. And when this council recently went through a peer panel assessment, they actually said to us, this is a value-based council. And they said it was important to say that because they actually hadn't found it elsewhere. We don't make decisions on dogma, we make it on a set of guiding principles. And those guiding principles are driven by the needs of our locals. They are driven by support for Vale residents and working to their priorities. You just talked about schools of sanctuary. I will refer you back to us working towards being a county of sanctuary for all, for whatever difficulties people face. We will try our best to support them. But only just after we took the decision to come off X, there were posts peddling absolute tripe about us providing homes for Ukrainians and for our homeless families, putting those people at risk. I would not support us using that platform for any further communication. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Burnett. Question 15. Opening hours for Council Tax and Benefit Council from Councillor Hennessy to the Executive Leader and Cabinet Member for Performance and Resources.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Hennessy. The counter is open from 10 till 2, Mondays, Wednesdays and Fridays. The phone lines are open 9 till 4:30 on a Monday, 9 till 2 o'clock on Tuesday to Friday. People can also book appointments 14 days in advance between 10 and 2 on Mondays, Wednesdays and Fridays. Thank you.
Thank you, Leader. Councillor Hennessy, do you have a supplementary question?
Yes, I do, and as it's the last question, I will be quick. Accessing these services is important for residents needing to make payments or seek clarification on council tax and benefits, yet the limit availability is problematic, especially for those who work or live outside of Barry town. Considering the difficulty with the wait on the telephone, what is the Cabinet Member doing to ensure that residents have a better access to these services and not have to keep coming back all the time?
Thank you, Councillor Hennessy. I think my last comment was probably the most relevant, is that they can actually book personal appointments at a time that is convenient to them. I will say that in the month after council tax bills go out, then things get busier. But I had a conversation with somebody earlier this week in relation to that and was able to explain to him that if you phone through to our council tax or benefits team, and they are actually slightly different, you are getting through to somebody with that specific knowledge. So you can't just take on a temporary worker to do customer service. They have to have knowledge of the systems, etc. So, you know, there is a bit of a delay there. Those are starting to return back to normal now. But the reason why people work certain hours on the counter is actually they're doing the work the rest of the time, and we need that to be able to reduce any waits. Thank you.
Thank you, Leader. Thank you, Councillor Hennessy. Agenda items 13 and 14. I have no urgent agenda items under part 1 and no urgent items under part 2. Therefore, I bring this council meeting to a close. Thank you, councillors.